call the meeting of the Planning Commission for March 4th to order. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Have a roll call, please.
Colbert? Here. Rudder?
Here.
Yoshida?
Here.
Hilliard? Here. Webb?
Here.
Moran? Fraser?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. I would be glad to have a motion to accept the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We have minutes from the meeting of February 18th. They're somewhat lengthy, and if you've had a chance to look at them, I would be happy for a motion to accept approval of the minutes.
The reason why we're taking so long for the public is that we just received the minutes this afternoon, so we're taking a moment to review them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And they include approval of minutes from other meetings. Is there a motion for acceptance and approval?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Minutes are approved. Thank you. There's an opportunity for public comment that is not associated with any of the agenda items this evening. Do we have anybody here who would like to make public comment? Open that. Seeing no one approach the dais, we'll close public comment. Our regular business, there are two major pieces of business this evening. One is the consideration of the draft comprehensive plan for adoption, and then following our discussion and decision about that, we will also have a consideration of a major adjustment for a building site in Golden. So, but first the comp plan. We, as many of you know, have been working on an update of the comprehensive plan since middle of 2024, and it's been a public process with a lot of opportunities for community input, opportunities for the Planning Commission to look at it. We've had several study sessions, discussions, deliberations. This meeting tonight is a continuation of the meeting from February 18th, in which we had some opportunity, we had opportunity for more public comment on the comprehensive plan and discussion, deliberation in the planning commission. We had a smaller number of members who were here that night, and we wanted to continue to tonight's meeting when we knew we would have more members of the commission here to be able to discuss and vote. And also, as always, there was a little more feedback for staff from that draft at that point that we saw on the 18th. This comp plan is based on work that was done back in 2010 in the adoption of Golden Vision 2030, identifying values for the city of Golden. And each time that the comp plan has been reviewed, we've gone back to look at those values as a basis for looking at what work has been done, and also what we think are the needs and the things that we need to consider and work on in the coming years. In 2011, the comp plan was initially developed around community goals, looked at land use and transportation, open space, and other aspirations that Golden had as a city. In 2017, we amended the comp plan to include a section on housing. As I say, the 2024 initiative was to look at what had happened in the intervening time in the city, particularly along the lines of development of neighborhood plans, the transportation master plan, the pedestrian and bike master plan, parks and recreation master planning. We had also adopted the use of form-based housing zoning regulations to look at development within Golden and working with our existing contexts. And there were also various state laws that had occurred and have been passed regarding land use and so on that we needed to take into account. So there were a number of things that were tools that we could use as well as guidelines as we started the review of the comp plan in 2024. This 2026 comp plan acknowledges and identifies the relationship between the comprehensive plan and the various other plans that have come into existence since that first edition of the comprehensive plan, and draws connections between the goals and so on of the comprehensive plan compatible with the other master plans and neighborhood plans that we have that the city is working with. This plan looks at various items that we feel are important to focus on over the next few years, and is really the result of an 18-month collaboration that the planning department has really spearheaded in terms of working with the planning commission, city council, with various other boards and staff groups in the city, and numerous public hearings, both formal and some less formal, kind of try to go and meet people where they are rather than set something up to, have come to a meeting at our convenience. And we've got a lot of feedback from that, and I really would like, on behalf of the commission, to commend Matt and Wempe and Carl Ossig for all of the work and pulling things together and the careful listening and so on. It's really, it's been a big effort, but I think it's resulted in a good document for us to look at. With that somewhat prolonged introduction, I'd like to turn it, or ask Matt and Carl to present where we are now and how we can move ahead tonight.
Sure. Well, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. This is the second hearing, the second required public hearing, or I should say the second part of the required public hearing for the comprehensive plan adoption. My presentation is largely mirrors the February 18th meeting, so I'll kind of hit the highlights of it and talk about some of the changes, pretty small changes that we've made subsequently to the plan document. And then just talk about what next steps look like should Planning Commission choose to adopt the plan tonight. So as Ross indicated, kind of some of the rationale behind updating the comprehensive plan was that expanded city planning approach that we've been taking. So obviously we kind of did things a little bit backwards, where we had our regulatory standards, the form-based zoning code and other zoning code updates that preceded the planning, the comprehensive plan. But we've also been focused on building out a robust housing program as a city, and then we have a number of new citywide plans, and that's really one of the biggest changes, where we're not having every single thing being represented in the comprehensive plan, but rather talking about how this plan can interact with those other plans that have been based on their own extensive public process, engagement with boards and commissions, and approval by city council. We've also been responding, again, to a number of changes at the state level. Some of those have been smaller, easier things to incorporate, and Carl's team has been leading changes to those. But then other things, so like our housing plans, particularly Senate Bill 24-174, the entirety of Chapter 8 is focused on responding to that. And our upcoming housing action plan that the Thriving Communities Group will lead with our support will be also in response to that. A couple of themes that we as staff kind of saw come out in the plan. The first one's obviously affordable and general housing support. So again, I think we see between the community and city council and our budgeting process, this plan really supports the continuation of the housing program's current focus and its funding. We will be developing, again, a housing action plan that will probably start later this year. That will become part of the comprehensive plan, so Planning Commission will have an opportunity to review that. But that will start to dive into much more detail on housing elements. Thriving Communities, I think they just took it to council or are getting ready to take it to council, but we had to update a lot of data collection in our housing needs and strategies assessment, which per the state is the basis for this housing action plan. So there's a lot more local information that's available in that plan, or in that HNSA, and that will be used to develop that plan. Again, we also really leaned into that system of plans concept, so we're really trying to adopt, recognizing our other policy plans, providing much more in-depth recommendations, and then honor that existing feedback that we've received. And as I said last time, I'll make the same joke. This is somewhat tongue-in-cheek, keep golden golden, but the plan is obviously rooted in Golden Vision 2030 value themes. That document was a result of a 2-year process with the community, doing a lot of engagement, similar to what we've done with this plan. And we really view those as still pertinent, still driving a lot of the work that we do as a city. You find them in other city documents as well. And the plan really provides guidance for how we navigate change while remaining true to those values. So again, just kind of hitting briefly on our public engagement process. So we did our first phase of engagement in late 2024 through early 25. We did 4 listening sessions and 7 pop-up events. We had about 50 attendees, but this was one where we really asked, what do people love about the community? What would they like to change? What are some barriers for housing, and what are some opportunities? And then how do folks engage with the development review process? And so we saw a lot of that has been baked throughout the plan. Probably most explicitly became the basis for that chapter 2, a special place graphics, the question of what people love. But we also heard things such as there's too much housing, there's too little housing. The concept at one meeting that somebody pinned the term kind of small town versus small city to represent how the community continues to grow. And then looking at Mines being a part of our community, but also it feels like there's a lot of Mines development going on right now. And as a state institution, they assert that we have less control, but I think we talk a lot about in Chapter 5, regional partnerships, how we have our intergovernmental agreements for development and for operations, and that is generally how the city is chosen to develop our relationships with mines, and it's definitely a unique approach. We did a second phase of public engagement, and this is where we tried to do some activity-based public meetings. We had very limited attendance at these, but I think when we've done policy-focused public engagement, whether it's been on the bike and ped plan, the comprehensive plan, or on the zoning code update, we've struggled to get public engagement. And I think we would always like more, and so we really tried to make this more activity-based. We looked at what the kind of evaluating a hypothetical development proposal against the draft goals in the plan at the time, and then get feedback on our draft housing goals and our implementation actions. Really trying to make it somewhat more interactive, more interesting. We know policy can be dry. So given that low attendance, we do caution kind of drawing large-scale conclusions from this round of public engagement. But we did hear things, kind of continuation of what we heard in phase 1 of not concentrating affordable housing in the central neighborhoods. Parking is a concern and should be a bigger part of planning, and that we need a greater variety of affordable housing, and then need more local perspective, perhaps via neighborhood plans, and then folks worried about their ability to stay in their home and not be displaced. Late in 2025, we had 2 30-day public review periods reviewing the draft document. And so we got 17, we collected this mainly via public survey that we had up for the entire 30 days. We also had planning commission study sessions and city council study sessions during that same time frame. And we really were asking at that point to review the draft document, provide targeted feedback, and that's the way we structured both the survey and our presentations to the board and city council. Folks, again, I think we heard variations of kind of the same threads that we had heard. Disappointed that we were focusing on expanding versus limiting housing. Folks wanted us to really focus on parks efforts, which we forwarded those comments over to park staff, since the open space and recreation master plans are currently an ongoing process right now. Some folks felt we were soft on historic preservation. This was before we kind of rewrote that chapter in response to Planning Commission feedback. And then again, with parking concerns, wanting to have some discussion of the benefits of density, and then concern about mines development, I say NREL, but now National Laboratory of the Rockies, clay works and cores, and then a very specific request to address the informal housing market, mainly related to co-living. And then we've held our public hearings as required by state statute in advance of any potential adoption. We solicited feedback from our neighboring jurisdictions within a 3-mile radius. We've heard to date from Arvada and Jefferson County. Didn't hear anything from Wheat Ridge or Lakewood. And we've incorporated their comments into the plan, and we included them as an attachment in your packet. And so what we've kind of heard since the February 18th public hearing, we got 2 additional emails that came in. The first one was An email concerned about historic preservation and how the city would or would not apply the equity-based approach that is in the current document, and also concerns about preservation of city-owned assets. And I think that's a fair criticism that it's been difficult at times to engage with the city when we own the potentially historic asset. We also received a second email regarding housing that was largely supportive of the housing chapter, but also pushing the city to do more in that realm. So there's specific feedback. We think a lot of the additional things that we could do would be suited for looking at in the housing action plan. One of the larger kind of planning commission comments and discussion that we had related to chapter 4, the housing chapter, and there was some introductory text that related to home ownership rates and how they differed between different minority groups. We had been asked to see if there was some Golden-centric data or if there are ways to provide additional context. And kind of, we went back, we looked at the updated HNSA, which does have some very interesting data regarding building out a metric for displacement risk based on a variety of census and demographic data. But we found for an introductory kind of section in the comprehensive plan, we didn't want to introduce that concept without context because we feel it's interesting, it'll be helpful in the housing action plan. And then we really couldn't find any other city-specific data on that topic. So for right now, again, I think we propose to just remove that paragraph from the comprehensive plan. And part of our thinking was, again, it's largely in an introductory narrative talking about housing currently in the city. It wasn't necessarily proposing a policy change or any sort of implementation action. And so we feel that to meet Planning Commission's direction to provide that context and to have that kind of holistic discussion, that's best. We can kind of rely on the Housing Action Plan to delve more into that type of data. And again, that's using the data that's in the HNSA is the legislative requirement as we build out that housing action plan later this year. Obviously, we can be directed to do something else, but that was just our general thinking behind that change. I think other than that, we know from a proofreading standpoint, we've been going back and forth with our designer. I think now, once they've done a fair bit of proofreading, we know there's going to be a final hard proofread that they're anticipating getting done. If there are any changes that come out of tonight's meeting or any potential future meetings, but they would do that in advance of City Council reviewing the final document. So speaking of that, so right now we're scheduled, this is to be the last meeting potentially, but obviously it's dependent upon adoption or any changes. There's a resolution for adoption that would be then adopting the plan and forwarding recommendation to City Council that they approve the plan. That's the consistent language with state language. We've really, since that February 18th meeting, we've been directing all of the public feedback to these hearings or to city staff email or phone. So if, barring anything we hear tonight, we've provided everything that we've heard via the public hearing process. City Council is scheduled to consider approval of the plan at their April 14th meeting, and then this plan will be available digitally on the city's website. We're probably going to make some changes just to the overall formatting of citywide master plan or master plan. It kind of creates some confusion, so that's one thing that the planning group will clean up as we get the comprehensive plan up on the website. So that is all I have. So we're definitely happy to answer any questions, respond to public input.
Thank you, Matt. Anybody, do we have any questions from the commission for Matt?
Just a comment, thank you for taking a different perspective, a different view of that housing paragraph that was in the beginning. I appreciate it. Look, it reads well now. Thank you.
Okay. Glad to hear that.
Jen?
I'll just say thank you for taking the time with us to go through this document. I know we had a lot of thoughts and feedback, and I just really appreciate you listening and taking into consideration.
Other comments?
Just celebrating Matt and staff for their process and the commission's conversation. It feels like the plan is a real interactive, integrated, user-friendly tool, which is what we want. So pleased to be arriving at this place.
At this point, we will open public comment. If there are any folks that are here to speak to the comprehensive plan, this would be the time to have an opportunity to do that. Seeing no movement or anyone rushing in the door, I will close public comment. Thank you. I too would like to thank Matt and all of the folks in planning who've been involved for both the effort over 18 months, but particularly the working with the Planning Commission. He had lots of feedback for you, and I think you've done a really good job of listening and incorporating it and so on. And so at this point, I think we're ready for deliberation as to what the next step is.
We'll put it up here similar to what we did last time. If you need a draft approval motion or adoption motion, it's something there as a basis.
Okay. Thoughts, comments?
I'll just say that I'll give ourselves a pat on the back. I think that we did a lot of work on this. I know staff did as well, but it really takes all of our diverse perspectives, and we all come from different places in Golden and see things through a different lens. And I just really appreciate all of you, taking the time and providing the feedback to where we are today as well. And of course, staff. I did say that, but I also recognizing my fellow commissioners.
Staff very much appreciates having a strong two-way conversation on this plan. It made it much easier to finish this. So.
Are we ready to move to a motion?
Chair, in the matter of the Planning Commission review of the proposed 2026 City of Golden Comprehensive Plan, I move that the Planning Commission adopt Resolution PC 26-7, adopting the plan and recommending City Council approve and accept this plan.
Is there a second?
A second.
Any discussion? Are we ready for a vote then?
Colbert? Colbert?
Yes.
Rudder?
Yes.
Yoshida?
Aye.
Hilliard?
Aye.
Webb?
Aye.
Fraser?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
We've done that like 5 times.
business is consideration of a major adjustment for PC 2548, PC 2601, 817 16th Street. Lauren, do you have some things you'd like to tell us?
Yes, a lot of things. I have one case, I have one address and two cases before you this evening. So I will be presenting the first case, which is the major adjustment for a combination of forms first, and then allow you all to have a discussion, and, obviously we'll go through the public hearing and things like that, and the applicant presentation, and then take a pause, and then we'll go on to the form zone site plan if directed. All right, so the property before you for consideration is 817 16th Street. It is located south of downtown, right across the street from Colorado School of Mines, along 16th Street, between Washington and Arapahoe. The property faces 16th Street and has access from a rear alley in addition to 16th Street. So as I mentioned, there are two cases. The first one we'll be talking about is the major adjustment for combination of forms. And this is the request is a modified side drive couple house type that would allow for the garage to be converted to a conditioned space with an additional half story, and then we'll get into the form zone after that. So just an overview of the property, this graphic was provided by the applicant. The property is approximately 7,500 square feet. It's located in the transition form zone with a use zone of R3, which is a multi-household zone. It also has a significant grade change, about 15 feet from 16th down to the alley. And this illustration here kind of shows you the grade of the lot. There are a lot of trees on the lot, so it can be hard to see if you drive by the front of it to see how far back it goes and what's back there, but just this graphic really does a good job at showing kind of the depth of the lot and the configuration of buildings currently. So there are two buildings currently on the lot. There's a 1,492 square foot 2-unit dwelling. That is what is known as 817 16th Street, or the primary structure in the front. There's a 699 square foot garage in the back with a dwelling underneath that faces onto the alley. The existing structures were constructed around 1902 or 1905, according to Mr. Gardner, and perhaps even later. I used the assessor data for this, not having a survey for this property. So both have been used as residences for quite some time and are zoned residential. And also there are currently 3 units on the property. There's 2 in the existing primary structure, Unit A and Unit B, and 1 underneath the garage. This graphic here just kind of shows the grade of the site and where it starts and goes down to the top, as well as kind of showing the grades around this site. As you can see on this right here is the alley, and you can see the significant grade goes up, from the back of this house up to the alley. The alley does not go through to Arapahoe Street. It's kind of like a dirt wall. This graphic here kind of shows here the alley location as it relates to the house. And here's a survey of the existing conditions showing the layout of the 2 structures. The first house is centered in the front portion of the lot, generally centered, with an existing driveway from 16th, and the rear building is approximately 20 feet off of the property line that goes into the alley, and there is a set of stairs that currently connects the back of the lot to the front of the lot, as well as a driveway. I've provided some photos of this property, of course, on the left. Yes, on my left. There's 817 16th Street. As you can see, the house has a gambrel roof of the Dutch colonial or colonial revival era. We also have the rear structure, and I kind of have two pictures of that because I think it's helpful. So the one in the middle is kind of the view from the alley, and you can kind of see the front door and the awning, as well as all the trees in the alley. And then the one on the right shows what it looks like when you're walking up the side of that rear structure towards the house on the existing staircase. It kind of shows how the situation of the houses from ground level. So the request before you is a combination of forms for a major adjustment. The request is really to primarily use the side drive couple house with elements of the suburban and village house form type to maintain the existing structure. For the rear structure, it's access from the alley. The request is to renovate the existing garage portion of it and to add 2 additional units to the top. This here is the applicant's proposal. You can see the addition of the parking on the rear and the additional units on the rear of the property over the garage, as well as 1 additional unit in the existing house, finishing out the existing basement and potentially a small addition on the back of the house. There's currently a sleeping porch back there that's not in super great shape and it's not conditioned, so it would be just potentially finishing out some of that square footage. This here shows the 3 house form types that are being looked at. All are allowed in the transition form zone, and the village house and suburban house all have a multi-unit configuration. The side drive couple house has a multi-unit configuration, but it's limited to 2 units per structure in the R3 form zone. The applicant's proposal form type was provided to in your packet. It follows generally the side drive house couple with a few exceptions. The first is a square footage of 3,900 square feet. That would be above the typical 3,200 square feet. That number accounts for the existing square footage as well as some additions they are proposing. Currently, the house is designed at 36. All the square footage of the house is designed at 3,650, but this provides a little more room for interior design as the structures get finalized. We found on the last form zone we did with this, as we started, the designer finished out the top floors, a little more flexibility on the square footage was necessary to kind of make sure closets fit and those kinds of things. There's also an existing 2-foot side setback on the rear structure. That is existing and is proposed to be maintained with an addition above the existing rear bottom basement structure. They're also proposing 3 units per building to finish out, add 2 units on the back and then 1 in the front for the basement and small addition. And they're also proposing, finally, a mostly preserved building provision, which currently does not exist in the side drive house couple. It only exists in the other house form types. And that provision allows for some additional flexibility on stories and driveway as written, and the existing driveway to be maintained in the front, as well as locking in this form type to only be used for existing buildings. And so if they were, the form type as proposed is designed for use of existing buildings. Staff has reviewed this request, and there are 5 criteria for review of a combination of form types. The first is that all the form types are allowed in the form zone in which the subject property is located. And as I stated, all form types being used for this combination are allowed in the transition form zone, the 3 house form types. The second talks about the massing of the development is consistent with other developments on the same block face or appropriate transition to the massing of adjoining lots. So I want to just quickly show you all what's existing in this area. Again, this is also based on Jefferson County assessor data, which is and can be not always accurate. So because I'm just trying to use a single source here. The building on the corner is a 7-unit, is at least, I would say at least a 7-unit apartment building. There are more vehicles than 7, so, you know, perhaps it's more. But that building is 4,500 square feet. The building on the other side of this is 3,947 square feet, and the assessor lists that as a 14-bedroom structure. So, and then of course, on the other side of that is a 7-bedroom structure. All these structures again, that's from the assessor data. I did not go in to verify that, was not able to access the properties to verify that information. Also on the alley, just to note, there is a 3-bedroom structure just accessed off the alley. And then there's a duplex on the other side of that 3-bedroom structure faced onto Arapahoe Street. The third criteria is the design of the development allows for safe and efficient circulation of vehicles and pedestrians. The applicant is proposing form standards that keep the separation of buildings and allow for additional parking on site. 1 space per dwelling unit. The design will also improve some of the existing pedestrian access on site, which is which needs some updating, I will say, based on trying to, the stairs are a little crumbly and some investment will be helpful. The fourth criteria, the design of the development brings together the forms in an integrated arrangement with buildings that relate to one another, share access or amenities, and consistent or complementary architectural styles and materials. The applicant's proposal integrates the structures in a way that would share the outdoor space and parking area that is existing on site and create new parking areas. And it also improves the existing access and adds an amenity area between the buildings, a more formalized amenity area. The addition of rear structure, the addition on the rear structure has complementary materials to the primary structure in the front, which is primarily wood siding. And the final criteria is the development includes outdoor amenities or common court areas that are appropriate design and scale for its intended use. And this is kind of similar to the criteria above it, talking about the design. They have an amenity area between the structures that's sort of scaled between the existing trees, and it's scaled as an outdoor amenity area that is consistent with the scale of the buildings that exist on site and the new proposed additions to those buildings. Staff in this review really wanted to highlight a few things about this project. The first is that when staff looked at this project with the applicant and trying to figure out the best way to move this project forward so that you all could have the most information about it, we really saw this as a modest renovation within the existing footprint, and that if it had been proposed to be more outside the existing footprint, that some of the review criteria would have been more difficult to meet based on sort of the size and the existing context. We also just want to talk about the lot size. So the existing lot size is 7,500 square feet. That is larger than a typical golden lot and larger than the minimum lot size for all 3 house form types, which is 6,000 square feet. Staff recommends, as part of your deliberations, to discuss increasing the minimum lot size to 7,500 square feet to reflect not only the additional square footage that is being requested, but also that this form type works on this larger lot, and that a smaller lot would have a more difficult time meeting some of these requirements potentially. Staff also notes that the forms and site plan was also submitted to give you all the information you need about the project. And we also wanted to discuss the review criteria. This is the second time the Planning Commission has used these review criteria for this type of project. The review criteria themselves are relatively limited and give a very, staff a broad lens and commission to review this project. While staff believes it meets the criteria, there's a lot of ways you could look at this, given the limitations of the review the limiting factor that the review criteria do not include a whole lot of specificity in them. So staff wants to point that out to Planning Commission and also note that that we recognize that the review criteria themselves may be something that Planning Commission may want to discuss at a future date if using this way to address these types of sites is seen as something you all want to continue to see, that perhaps looking at the review criteria in the future to ensure that development meets the standards and expectations of the community as we see more of these projects. I also want to point out that the project, because it was preserving existing buildings, that was a big factor in our analysis. It was also a very prominent factor in why we thought they met the review criteria. This project as a brand new project would be less desirable, keeping the existing buildings on that block, 'cause it's kind of, that's what's out there, was more favorable than seeing something different. So with that, I'm happy to answer your questions. The applicant does have a presentation as well, but staff does recommend approval, and we do recommend 3 conditions. The first is the minimum lot size adjustment to 7,500 square feet. The second is the side setback of 2 feet shall be maintained for enhanced compatibility, because it is more than 50% of the 5-foot required side setback. And that the plan shall conform with the city's engineering utility standards, as those will be designed in more detail at a later point. So that is staff's recommendation, and I look forward to your questions and discussion.
Thank you. Questions from the commission? Commissioner?
Yeah, I have a few. Do you have your staff report available for the screen?
It's in the packet.
No, I know, but I want to refer to it, make sure everybody.
Yeah, give me,
Here, okay.
yep, it's up there. All right, it's 39 pages, so you're gonna have to
It
tell me. what
it
page
is.
you-
I just want to clarify a couple of things in there. On page 6 in the assessment on the leftmost column, which is the assessment of side drive couple house, it says maximum number of dwelling units per couple lot is 1 per lot. I think your testimony was 2. I want to clarify which one is accurate.
It is 1 per lot in, that's it. What my staff report is incorrect. It's 2 per lot in the R3 zone district. If you look at the review criteria on its face, it says 1 per lot, and then one of the additional standards in that form type, it's further down, it says 2 per lot, and I think that might be addressed under, let's see. I'm not sure if it was addressed under here or not, but that was the intention, to address it as part of the project.
So 2.
It's 2,
Okay,
2 per
thank you.
lot.
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah, please.
So are you saying that the form zone, what we're considering tonight, the form type, can modify the underlying zone district?
No.
So but the minimum, or the maximum number of dwelling units for R3 per lot is how many?
There is no maximum for number of dwelling units in R3. R3 allows for any number of dwelling units as so long as the standards are met.
I don't think that's accurate. I think it is, for certain form types, there is no limit, like village and suburban per your report, but I think this form type does carry a limitation.
The
The
form-
side drive couple house is a form, correct?
That's correct. The form type does have a limitation,
Not the
but the
zone.
underlying zoning of R3
Correct.
does not have a limitation.
Okay, I was unclear about where that conversation was, so thank you.
Yeah. Let's see, another question. You showed this, a survey, as part of your report. I didn't see that as part of the packet or the applicant's materials. I guess the first question, is that accurate? That's new in your presentation and wasn't part of the materials previously? I mean, it needed the basis for preparation, but that actual survey.
That's a good point. I got it from somewhere. So it was part of the preparation. It's the existing conditions map in this attachment, which is the attached site plan documents.
Is that the same drawing that you showed in your
Yes.
presentation? Okay, so
It
it's,
is,
it's an existing conditions, not a survey, correct?
yes.
Okay, those two are different. My next question then is, it's a little hard to see on the screen, but, did that's what you called the survey? I'm assuming since it's not a new exhibit, that it didn't include existing trees as part of that survey, did it?
That exhibit did not have existing trees. I believe later on in the, I can show you. I was saving it for the form zone, but if you can, let me just. This right here shows you the existing trees. We did have the applicant provide that, given the amount of trees on site were pretty numerous, and the fact that a lot of them seem to be on the property line. So we wanted to have a good understanding of the tree locations on site, and some are being removed, but the majority of the trees are remaining.
Okay, so I'm just trying to connect the, what's in there as an exhibit versus what's attributable to a survey, and I can follow up after the applicant's presentation, but is it your understanding that this exhibit, the locations of the trees are per a survey, which is not provided in any of our materials?
I'll let the applicant answer that question.
Another question about the mechanics. The 2-foot existing, I'm gonna call it distance from the existing structure to the property line, you've posed in here as something, as a modified site setback. My head thinking through that, and correct me if I'm wrong, but is that it's an existing nonconformity. I think I saw that the proposed renovation would be compliant, but I'm unclear about the mechanics of why that just isn't a existing nonconformity that can't be exacerbated. Why would that take a determination as part of this evaluation to modify it to a 2-foot side setback?
Well, the existing, because we were going through all the form type setbacks, we wanted to ensure that what was gonna be built would be reflected, so if it's existing 2-foot setback, that it is maintained. It is a nonconformity, but since we are evaluating this whole site, staff thought it appropriate to go ahead and call it out for this project because it is gonna go up above the existing plane, and so just to be transparent and to ensure that we're being clear about the intention is to keep the structure in its existing place.
Yeah, I agree with all that.
Yeah.
I'm unclear why an existing nonconformity results in our evaluation and possible action to modify it to a 2-foot side setback, which would affect any new conditions. So we can maybe shift that to discussion, but your position is it should change to a 2-foot setback as part of our deliberations?
My position, our staff's position on this would be that because you're evaluating the entire site and that they are doing an addition over on this structure and going up, that it should be part of your approval, that it's part of your because it is close, and it should be part of your deliberation to look at that, and staff wants to ensure that you're able to, we're pointing it out, we're saying it's there, that it is 2 feet, whereas it would typically be 5 foot if this was built today.
Yeah, understood. Another question similar, you've positioned the 6,000 versus 7,500 question as modifying the minimum.
Mhm.
So the current lot meets the minimum standard of 6,000. Again, it's explain to me why, if it meets the minimum, we would need to modify the minimum, and what are the effects of that?
Yeah, the reason why staff included that as a potential condition for you all to consider, because it does meet the minimum at 6,000 if you were drawing the straight line to the side drive couple house. But given the additional square footage that was being requested and the size of the lot, and that this is such a custom and unique property in Golden, given the grades and other factors, we felt that Planning Commission should consider, as these cases, people look at them and say, what did Planning Commission consider and approve? That this works because it is a larger lot. It's 1,500 square feet larger than 7,000 is the typical, but 6,000 is the minimum. It is 1,500 square feet larger than the minimum would be required. And so that is something for you all to consider as a condition on this project, although that was a staff addition just to be really conservative, because the review criteria did not give us a whole lot of opportunities for that.
So, positioning the question and answer for deliberations, it's reconsidering the mechanics of increasing a minimum that it already meets is really the on-road or placeholder for discussion about additional square footage and additional units. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Thank you. I need to organize my thoughts. I have more questions, but
Okay.
if there are others, this would be
Okay.
time for me to.
Other questions?
Just a comment, I just want to have on public record a disclaimer that I am familiar with the applicant, but Mr. Palusio and I are not engaged in any business together right now, and it will not impact my impartiality.
Just since we're interrupting with that, I'll just add, I know the applicant is part of as a parallel professional, but doesn't affect my ability to rule in this case.
Commissioner Rivera?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. So staff, would you say that setbacks are measured from the property line or a lot line?
They would be measured from the property, there are 2 properties here. They're next to each other. So they would be measured from either the lot line or property line in this case. In the future, when subdivided, it would be each lot. But currently, they were measured from the property lines as they exist today.
I read in the packet that this property is comprised of portions of several lots. How
Yes.
does that factor in?
So that would be something the applicant would have to rectify if approved, to combine all this into, recombine it into appropriate lots. The side drive couple house does have minimum lot sizes associated with it, so they would have to meet that in order to move forward with the project. So that'd be part of it. I think it's I can't remember one, but the lots are obviously larger than the minimums that are established because of the larger lot in general.
The parcel,
The parcel, yeah, good.
portions
yes.
of lots?
Portion, yes, the parcel of portions of lots.
Okay. Yeah, it sounds like it's a very, very old subdivision where things were built over potentially over top of lot lines, and everything got super messy over the course of time.
Yes, that happens a lot here, so,
Yeah, but it would be rectified if this application's approved.
right.
What's the mechanism for rectifying that?
It'd be an administrative plat.
Okay, thank you.
Just follow-up question on that, so with regard to this application, subdividing it into the combined form zone type of side couple houses, that's not the current property configuration of the lot. It is not subdivided the way
No,
we're looking at it.
no, and if it were existing today, you know, it can remain. It's just if they, now that they'd like to change it, they would have to, you know,
Sure.
fix those legal issues.
I have a question on parking. I mean, it's a crossover issue, but it's in your report as relevant to criteria C, that the safe and efficient circulation, you've started that conversation, so, understanding that it crosses over, I think those questions make sense now. So, if your report says 1 space per dwelling unit. Can we bring up the parking table from the city to make sure that that's table 1836-02021?
Go back here. So, here's the land use table. It's 1 parking space per dwelling unit for residential single household use, house duplex, or row house form types, form zones.
So you're looking at the first row,
Right.
and then, which column are you looking
I think we'd look at this under the multi-house.
Yeah, so it's residential, actually, that's incorrect. It would be multi-household, not listed above, because it is
at? So it's
proposed,
the fourth row down,
right, the 4th row down.
and then what column?
It would be the, minimum for all other areas.
Okay, and then what is that metric?
It'd be 1 space per 1 bedroom and 1 space per dwelling unit, and 1.5 spaces. Studio units, 1 space per dwelling unit, 1 bedroom and 2 bedrooms, 1.5 space per unit.
So it's measured per bedroom rather than per unit,
Right.
correct?
Correct,
And it's got a sliding scale with regard to bedrooms.
right.
And then in your analysis and in the application, were bedrooms assessed as part of this?
Not directly, they would only be permitted to have 1 bedroom per unit, because that's really all that can fit on site. But the existing units are all, the average is around 600 square feet, pretty small.
Yeah, the average, that's not a relevant metric, right? The average of the units isn't the
Right,
metric
no,
for determining
correct.
parking,
We
correct?
do not have floor plans of the units.
You do or you do not?
We do not have floor plans of the units. I
So
mean,
how
I
did
think
you
there's
determine
some,
bedrooms?
of the existing house, of the new house, I think there is a floor plan of the new.
Understood, I've seen
Yeah,
the new plans, but how did
yeah.
you determine bedrooms of the existing house?
That was just what the applicant, told us, they're 1 bedrooms per
Thank you.
dwelling.
Can I stay on the parking, Jag, for a
Please.
second? In staff's analysis of the additional parking spaces in the rear, was there any conversation around impact to traffic in that alley off of Washington, or challenges due to turning radius in that little area?
Yeah, let me just bring up back the site plan here. Yeah, the existing alley back there, so the parking spaces, there is a lot of existing parking in that alley that is utilized, and including 20 feet of space in this one. The alley is approximately 20 feet wide, so there is plenty of turn space. As well as this is at the very end of the alley, so there is some additional space beyond this, because there is additional alley access on both sides of this, closer to Arapahoe.
One other question, just so we have all the same fluency for discussion. In terms of metrics of parking, can you go back to the chapter 18 code section? What metrics for parking in this condition were used in your determination that circulation would be met for this farm zone application?
The metrics that were used were from 1836 of 1 space per bedroom dwelling.
No, I'm sorry, the measurements of the space.
Oh, measurements of the space. The measurements of the space are 20 foot, or 18 by 9. And there is an existing, I just noted, it's not part of, so you can't have tandem parking in this configuration, a multi-unit configuration. However, there are additional on-site parking spaces in a tandem format with the existing driveway, but we're only showing 1 parking space on the driveway. But there are additional opportunities for on-site parking in a tandem, which is not, doesn't meet the code, however, they are there.
Or could meet the code for 1 unit.
Right.
Another question, I'm not sure it's my last yet. I think this was part of the text amendment that we went through earlier, or last year, but with regard to bedrooms, and then in the application, there's reference to loft. There is, can you confirm for me the definition of loft in the zoning code?
We do not have a definition of loft.
I think
I don't believe. Do we? I don't think so.
Let me double check. I think we maybe added.
Maybe we added one recently.
I think it was part of the text amendment we did. It's in definitions, which is alphabetical. If you could either bring that up and or read that for me.
Are you trying to get at the question of whether the loft is a bedroom?
Yeah, the definition clarifies it. I just want to
Okay.
add it to the collective
No, that's,
consciousness so we can
I'm
discuss
very
it.
also confused, so thank you for clarifying.
I'm gonna bring it up. I'll let Carl read it though.
Loft means a space designated for sleeping on an intermediate level or levels between the floor and ceiling of a story, open on one or more sides to the room in which the space is located, and in accordance with compliance with section R315 of the IRC, or International Residential Code.
Thank you. I think those are my questions for staff.
Thank you. Other questions for staff? Okay. I assume we have, you said there's, the applicant is here.
Yes, and they have a presentation as well.
Okay. Please come to the podium and introduce yourself and connection to this application.
Sure. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
My name is Ronnie Pelucio. I am the architect and planner and partners as a developer on this. I think I've met all of you before in previous planning commission meetings, but just to restate, I've practiced in your community in the past, have worked on a couple of projects, and most recently presented a similar type of application for a major adjustment, and that was passed, and then we've been moving forward with the construction of that. And then, as you likely know, I also was part of the team that helped rewrite your municipal code, so I know quite a bit about it. I want to compliment staff again just for their help. The robustness of their explanation really leaves less for me to explain, and I think staff report was pretty thorough. I do just want to share with you that the opportunity that is built into the code to allow for this form of discretionary review is very purposeful. And I know there's a general question that staff led with that is about future cases and to what degree you may entertain these types of projects. And I really recommend strongly that you continue to do that because these are the kind of creative solutions that allow us to meet those overriding objectives that are coming up in your new comp plan, as well as like broader city goals that I think collectively we were all aware of when we rewrote the municipal code. That being said, I think it's also very purposeful to point out that this is a combination of forms. And the way that the city has been administering that is that they look for one base form type to start with that's the most similar to the one that's being proposed. So the couple house form type is not the form type really that you're reviewing. We're reviewing it against it because it has most of the aspects that are part of this proposal, but it is in fact all form types that are allowed in this form zone. And so that is why staff also shared the other form types, including the village lot type. If we collectively think that's a better one to start with, to talk about how many units can go on a lot, then one's perspective on density would immediately put us in a position to say an unlimited number of units can be put on a lot, because that's what's allowed in that form zone. So what you're seeing here is the combination of forms. It is good to have a reference form, and there's more than one. The one that we've chosen here is one that allows for subdivision, and that's the reason why I chose it. And I can talk a little bit more about that because it meets some big picture objectives that I think you may share. Let me just see if this thing works. Yes, this thing works. So there are two things tonight that you're reviewing as staff had described. You were presented mostly the combination of form types. That is the form zone that I'm presenting. And then there is the actual site and building application pieces. The site plan application piece is going to be presented in its totality by staff after this. And so it's basically we're saying, is the form zone allowable? And you've seen that. And then it's like, is the stuff that this person wants to do, does it fit within that? So there'll be a second vote that you'll do after this. My presentation, and I spoke with staff about this, will include the totality. And I think that will help illuminate what the form zone is and then what I intend to do and how they're consistent. And I think you'll see that they are consistent, and it might alleviate some of the questions about what we might open ourselves up to if we approve the form zone, because you're going to see exactly what I want to do. I think staff, just to point out, had a handful of conditions that they proposed. I think they're wise conditions. I agree to those conditions. I would recommend if you move forward, you include staff's conditions. And the purposefulness of the increased lot size associated with my form zone, I think holds a lot of value, not for me today, because I will meet the minimum regardless, as Commissioner Yoshida was pointing out. But the precedent that it sets in your community and the ability for future review to look back at this and say, you know, part of the reason why they may allow for more is because of the lot size is valuable. And so I agree with all of those thoughts, and I have some comments about, I think, some of the questions that Commissioner Yoshida brought up regarding setbacks, which is a little more boring, but I'll get to that later. So our project, as you know, and I can go through this relatively quickly, is pretty much within the campus of the School of Mines. And that adjacency is really complicated and unusual because immediately across Arapahoe, there's a multi-story building, and then we sit in an area that looks like it could almost contextually be a historic district. So there's a lot of variety of building types in there. But the campus's impact on the neighborhood in this immediate area applies a lot of pressure. And I know that you're seeing that already and have been talking about that with your comp plan rewrite. And so, you know, this is one of those lots that I think is subject to that pressure. And you can see here, maybe it's challenging to see, but basically the form types that are listed in the table are all of the allowable form types in this zone. And so they can all be reviewed against what I'm proposing. We kind of narrowed it down to 3, and then again, the base one really is the couple lot for the subdivision purposes. This is what the streetscape looks like, and so you can see that there's a diversity of homes. It's hard to really capture this correctly just with photography. But you can see that our gambrel roof house sits among other homes that I think, you know, are of the character and flavor of what we're trying to protect and preserve in your community. And it's the small town character, and while not protected explicitly under preservation rules because they're not in a district or may not individually rise to the merit, the collection of these homes I think is valuable. In the image you can see immediately to the right, but recessed in the background is one of the multifamily structures that is the neighboring building. And then far off to the right you can see the multi-story building that is the School of Mines, but the context I think is valuable. In fact, I like this lot because it has an old house on it. The reason why I want to do this project is because it has an old house on it, and I believe in the preservation goals of your community. I sat on the preservation board in Boulder for 9 years and believe in what preservation can do in terms of you know, maintaining historic context and character and having a relationship and orientation to what's happened in the past. This graphic here talks a little bit about how big the buildings are that are surrounding us, as well as the number of units. I think staff already covered this, but as you can see, and maybe it's challenging from your seat, but letter M, which is just to the left and west of our property, is a 7-unit, 3-story with a basement building. That basement and most of the lower level face our property. And so when you look at that building from our property, it is significantly tall. And as staff pointed out, the alley doesn't connect through, it really ends at our property's edge, and there's a significant amount of area in the back for backing out and navigation for any vehicles that are associated with our parcel and then adjacent. One other really interesting thing, I mean, clearly there are other multi-unit buildings that surround us, but one thing that I also really enjoy about this is the smallness of adjacent lots, that there already is kind of a language of subdivision that has occurred. I don't know when and how this happened, but it's just really lovely that behind us, lot letter Q is already a subdivided small little lot that sits on the alley, and that's its orientation to the public realm. So it doesn't have frontage onto the street. And there's something great about that, in that smallness is a version of affordability, and I'll bring that up again in a second here. So maybe I'll say now, the big picture goals that I have that I believe I share with your community is, one, the preservation of existing building inventory. And I believe in that, and I think this project is doing that. We're not demolishing the old house. And in fact, we're keeping aspects of what I think is a really unusual subordinate structure to compatible design. I think that, you know, this building and the type of intervention that's happening on the lot is a version of compatible design, not only in form, but in kind of how the character of it is that fits on the lot and its disposition to the neighborhood. Overall, I think there's a general question in your community, and I'm so appreciative to hear about this in the comp plan, which is like appropriate density. Like, what is an appropriate amount of density? And I believe that this particular proposal strikes that. We are not looking to put an unlimited number of units that are allowed in the R3 zone. What we're trying to do is put 3 units at the front and 3 units at the back, which is 6 units. It's less than what is adjacent to it on both sides in terms of bedroom count. And then the last thing is, as I said earlier, a version of affordability. And in this case, I believe affordability happens through compactness. So you'll notice that the units that we're proposing at the back are small. Those are 600 square foot units. And they have, I'll show you in a minute, but they have compact stairs that get up to them. And they have these really interesting spaces that we're trying to configure in a diminutive form. We're preserving the small unit behind it. Those units are like between 500 and 600 square feet. The units at the front are larger. The 2 existing units at the front have larger square footage. And then the new unit that we're adding to the front, which I have control over because it's an addition, is also small. That's also under 600 square feet. So this image here describes how the project relates to a base form, and it's just as a visual summary of a lot of the bulk regulations that staff summarized. And in collaboration with staff, you know, this is the tool that we have used for this project, as well as when we rewrote the code to kind of demonstrate how buildings might behave on a lot. And really, this is the thing that you're approving right now. Just like, do we like what this form type might allow? The reason I chose this form type, which is the couple lot, sorry I spaced on it, is because I think it's a great form type in your community, in that it allows for subdivision. It lets you do the very thing we're trying to do on this property. And with that, we can not only offer a diversity of housing and housing scale, but our intention is to offer for sale units at the back. So we can condominiumize the new construction because it's new, whereas the existing building is much harder to do. So all of the old building inventory that you have in your town is really challenging to subdivide. And so oftentimes what happens is that you have single ownership and it's exclusively rental. Not that there's anything wrong with rental property. That is another form of affordability, but it's hard to create all of the demising and separation you need between units in an old house because it's already built. And so it's challenging to do. So our goal here is to provide a diversity of housing types, housing options, as well as for sale and for rent. That's really what our goal is. And so we created a bunch of images. The one in the upper left is the existing condition, which is totally bizarre. It has alley access, and that existing structure at the back has an existing unit that is at the ground and it faces the alley, and as staff mentioned, there's 15 foot of grade change from the street to the alley, so this thing like drops off. Today, the area between the existing house and that back building is all concrete. And the building at the back is actually, as you can see, there's 3 garage door bays. It's a garage on top of a unit. So it's particularly unusual, but that double frontage, which is the alley in the front, really isn't being used purposefully. And that is one of the appeals to the property, is that like we can do something interesting. We can add units to the back. We can make improvements to this old building at the front. We can get rid of a bunch of hardscape. We can create a common area between buildings, and that can help support another form of community, which is a shared space that happens in between these buildings, which is another thing that I believe in. And so the image on the right demonstrates how we plan to remove the upper floor, which has the garage on the back building, and then add 2 units that are side by side. So there's 2 units abutting each other and 1 unit below, a 3-unit composition in the back, and they have a half-story, which is their upper story, kind of disposition to make the building look small and be small. I'll show you more about that in a second. The building at the front has at the back a little appendage. At the back of the existing building, which faces what I'll just say is going to be the shared space, mostly the lower level of the historic building faces that. And what it is it's kind of this really poor partial walkout basement, which has utilities in it, so there's no real purpose to it today. And it also has a vertical element that is a former sleeping room from, you know, the 1900s. That still is uninsulated, but it's charming. And so we intend to renovate that sleeping room and put a unit on the back of the existing building, specifically to keep that tower, to make it meaningful, and then to add a unit at grade in the common area so that units face onto each other, so that future residents actually have a meaningful relationship where someone at the ground, at the back of the front building, has a relationship with people that are in the newer building that's at the, you know, former garage location. And you can see that we've got some dimensions and things that are shown here. So in the top of this page, the existing conditions are shown, and at the bottom, the proposed conditions are shown. And I think, you know, this colored version of it intends to demonstrate that at the front building, this is just the front building that you're seeing right here, the back one's in a future slide. Yeah, it's a little challenging to see. But at the front building, what we plan to do is the yellow stuff and red stuff is the stuff that faces the courtyard. We plan to use some of the existing unused space underneath the building to include and incorporate into the proposed unit, and then add that little piece of orange. So the added square footage to the front building is just the thing that you see in the orange square there. And then that will result in a little micro unit that sits on the back that faces the grate there. And then this is what that building elevation looks like. So the thing on the right is the back of the building. And today the yellow thing is there, so that's the sleeping tower. We're gonna try to add that little orange thing and have a little ladder that goes up into the second floor of that yellow thing as additional loft space. And you know, that will allow for this lower level to have a relationship with the rest of the space out in the courtyard. Yeah, I wish these screens were like jumbotrons. It's hard to see, but this describes how that works. And there's some really cool information in there about the section and how the thing behaves. So this is the back building, and what you can see on the top is the existing conditions, and at the bottom is the proposed. So the upper left shows the thing that's on the ground, that's under the garage, and then to the right of it, in the center at the top, is the garage that sits on top of it. And our proposal is to keep the thing, so the bottom is the proposal. Proposal is to keep the unit at the bottom, to take the garage off the top, which is just the parking area, and then to add side-by-side units, which you see there, that have a little set of stairs that get you up to another unit area that sits above. And it would look something like this. And those things are roughly 600 square feet, 500 to 600 square feet. And you can see in these images kind of what they look like. And so, you know, they're compact, 1.5, well, there's a half-story space on the upper floor, which is where the bed sits. The access to that is a compliant stair, and there are closets that make it a formal bedroom. And there are really compact lower level. They're like micro units. I think they're gonna really be rad. So that is the combination of forms piece of our proposal. And this here is the site plan application. I still feel like it's appropriate, I'm gonna look to staff for this, but I still feel like it's appropriate for me to run through this. I think it'll like illuminate quite a bit. So that's last thing you saw is the thing to vote on now. Well, after this, that is. This is the next piece of it, which is the proof. And I had the form zone application prepared in January for a full review. And we decided, with collaboration with staff, that it would be best to bring both to you tonight together, so that you can see the full application and the proof that we intend to do something that will actually comply with the form zone. And so here's what it is. This is
Sir,
the
excuse
application
me.
for that.
We will be considering those separately, and I would appreciate it if you could have a second time to present on that part.
I can definitely do that. That sounds great. I would like to show you then the last piece that does apply to the form type. They overlap, obviously, and that would be the animation.
Okay. We'll just- here.
Yeah, and so just go to the very beginning of this. And we might have to take this slow, so stop it, go back to the beginning, or actually, may I use that remote for a sec? May I use your clicker?
Oh, yeah, yeah, why don't you just sit here and do that?
If I speak loudly, can you hear me? Is that okay for the record?
Yeah, there's a microphone right here,
There's
yeah.
microphones there as well.
Okay. All right, we have a little animation that shows you a lot of what we were just describing, but this is the existing condition. You can see the hardscape and the existing building at the rear. And so the proposal changes the lot like this. It's easy to flip between the two. You can see the addition of outdoor space between the buildings and how the change might occur. And then the animation is going to move forward. You're just going to see the front. So this is the proposal. You can see the vertical element that is the existing sleeping outdoor room. And then if we continue to go forward, you can see what that loft would look like with a ladder access that sits right in here. And so I'm just going to keep moving forward. This is really the addition to the space, which is just an entrance in the kitchen. And then I'm going to go forward a little more, and it's going to do something weird here, but I promise it'll remedy itself. So this is really the lowest level unit, and everything that you see to the far right is essentially crawl space in the existing building, and so it's really unusable space. But if you see my cursor here, this is the shared laundry for those units that combine together to be in this building. And then I'm just going to go forward, and now you recognize the full form of that building. And then it's going to do this crazy flip, and we're going to go see the back again, and perhaps this is easier to see now that it's close. So this is a half-story second floor, and then we're going to just drop down on top of it. And so these are the new units that are being proposed. There's more information shown in the foreground than in the other side, but basically there's a footprint of building and a bathroom and a set of stairs. And that spiral stair would get one up into a smaller sleeping loft that has appropriate space for closets and be defined as a bedroom. And then there's a unit on the lower level, which is to the left there, which we don't see into, but you can see in section kind of how this becomes a 1.5 story or a half-story upper structure. And then it'll just kind of take us out to the full kind of image.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Questions for the applicant?
Mr. Palucio, how many existing bedrooms in the structure in front?
I think, and I want to get this right, but I think there are 4 bedrooms in there. And also, in speaking, we should go look at the image actually, Lauren.
Okay.
In speaking with staff, our conversation around parking in general was what you heard initially, which is this requires 1 parking stall per unit. And so the thing that you're pointing out, Commissioner Yoshida, is something that we didn't discuss. And if I could just ask Lauren to go back to the existing conditions drawing. We measured the buildings, We also pulled all the survey information offline in terms, well, all the square footage information offline to confirm against this. And then in addition to that, we hired a surveyor to come out to the site to create what is ultimately the survey that's the base drawing that all drawings are made from. And we also had an arborist come to the property and identify existing trees. But before I don't want to misspeak about the bedrooms. I'm really hopeful we can pull it up because I think it is in the drawing set. There is either 2 a unit or 1 a unit, and I am sorry, I don't know.
Yeah, so based on the drawings, these are the first time staff has seen these drawings as well. The ground level unit has 1 bedroom.
Lauren, are you meant to share your screen?
Oh, yes, I am meaning to do that. The ground level unit has 1 bedroom, and then the upper level unit, this is in the 8617 building, has 1 bedroom as well.
This old house is unusual. It's an old house and it's fragmented. They turned it into an up and down building. And so, you know, the rooms up there are very unusual, and that's why I'm like, I don't know what it says.
So, my question is, the drawings we're seeing now were, staff's indicated this is the first time they've seen them. You've included in your presentation, but they were not part of our packet, correct? What you submitted for.
No, all of the information that I've given, like staff has, and the application that Chairperson Fraser was asking that we postpone does include answers to more questions.
I'm just localizing the question to the number of bedrooms and configuration of the existing units is included in your presentation, but was not included in the materials submitted for tonight's hearing to us, correct?
That is incorrect.
Let me just be clear. This was not submitted as for the combination of form types? The combination of form types site plan does not have this sheet in it, but
Understood, but
The
the
form
connection
does-
point that you've raised in your staff report is that parking is relevant to criteria B or C, and, I mean, I want to slot it in the right spot as well,
of
but
course.
parking and what its metric is, and is it a criteria to the farm zone, your staff report makes that connection, right?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Ritter?
Yeah, I have a question for the applicant. Will any of these units be ADA compliant?
They cannot be. I mean, perhaps the lowest level unit off of the alley, but it's an existing unit. Only in the sense that like ADA compliance requires, you know, roll-in access with some really like restrictive ramp requirements. And I don't see a way of getting that on any of these units, and except for maybe the lowest level unit, but genuinely, I don't think they would be ADA compliant.
Yeah, I was just curious due to requirements for multifamily development, and I wasn't sure truthfully if this triggers that requirement or not, and I was just asking the question.
Yeah.
Chair, your discretion, I don't have any additional questions for the applicant, but the applicant's presentation, I have a few follow-up questions for staff.
Okay.
Um,
Any other, before we do that, any other questions from the commission for the applicant?
Thank you. So the site plan shows that there would be potentially 5 spaces on one of the potentially 2 lots, and only 1 space available on another lot. What's the plan for shared parking?
That is a great question. I'm so glad you're giving me the opportunity to go back to this. Could we actually look at my proposal? Because really it's the proposal that is gonna dictate this, and so I know you're kind of looking at 2 things here, I apologize. So the property is gonna work in a couple of ways. I am hopeful that we can subdivide it. I think that will happen as long as Public Works and our team can figure out a way to provide the appropriate utilities to it, and I think we can. That being said, there are a couple of easements that will be on the property. There will be a use easement in the center of the property that is the shared green. And so that common outdoor space will have a shared use and maintenance agreement in which all residents will be able to use that space and share in it. And I'm gonna talk about the parking in a second, but these are the other things. On the west side of the property, it's likely that there's a utility easement that runs from the front into the back because water is on the front and sewer is on the back, and so you need to like get these things. And so it's likely there'll be use easements that cross the property. The parking configuration is something, in fact, we did collaborate quite a bit on. Because at one point we were satisfying all of the parking for the existing building with tandem parking up front. And I believe there are provisions to allow for tandem parking to count for your parking count in your code. And the way that I imagine this work, so there's an easement as well for the parking area that is against the alley. And then there would be assigned parking for units that are in the primary house, 2 of which would get assigned parking at the alley and be able to access and use those through the use easement with the sidewalk system and the stairs. Conversely, the units at the back would be able to use the parking and use that same use easement to go enjoy the amenities in the middle. And then the extra parking that sits at the top, that is the one that's shown in the what was like the existing garage or existing driveway, is the 6th stall that would be assigned to somebody up front. And my hope is that we would still continue to be able to use the tandem parking for guest parking, and there have been conversations that we've had as well as about the on-street parking available in front of the building to service the totality of parking needs. And in addition to this, I know we've had some talks about this, but in addition to this, this is a property that is very near the School of Mines. And I know that you're contemplating comprehensive plan adjustments to parking requirements coming from the state level. I believe that this is aligned with what those goals are. And I also believe that this will function for the residents of the both pieces of the property.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions for the applicant? Thank you.
Thank you.
I think before we move to public comment, we'll do additional ones for questions for staff, and then go to public comment after that.
Thank you, Chair.
Rashida?
So first question, can you, again, so we all have a shared understanding, bring up the package from the applicant that was included in our packet?
Sure.
Just to clarify my what I think I've seen, I think we just heard the applicant testify that it was incorrect that the existing units were provided. I just want to make sure we're all seeing the same thing in the packet, what was in our packet.
So the 12 pages, this was what was provided. I will say there are several versions of this packet of information.
So go to the existing, if you can go to the existing front building
Sure.
drawings.
So this is what was provided in your packet. So we have the,
Yeah, that's
this
the
is
back, that's,
the
well,
pack
yeah,
material,
that's,
right?
no, that sheet,
Oh,
I'm sorry, go back. Yeah, so that sheet that shows zoning calculations, that's not existing conditions, correct?
right, this is for the
Okay.
new,
And then
Addition.
go forward, 1, 2 sheets.
Okay.
Sorry, the existing, the color diagrams that show the addition to the floor plans of
oh,
the
okay.
existing building.
Page 9
Maybe,
of 12.
Yes, thank you.
yeah, that's helpful, thank you.
Following.
So those gray boxes are the existing units. We were not provided information regarding existing bedrooms, correct?
You were not provided that. Like I said, I don't wanna, with the applicant, there were a number of packets. There might have been a sheet or two that you know, we might have seen at one point or another, but it wasn't the intention for staff to leave something out. So,
I'm just trying to clarify what.
No, I just wanna be
for
sure that I'm-
operations, what the
Right, I just
commission
wanna make
is
sure you
seeing
understand
as not seeing.
not our intention.
Yeah, compared to documents that may have been exchanged, understood. The other, so can you also bring up the municipal code again with regard to combination of forms?
Sure.
I think the applicant's testimony in the staff report alludes to something that feels a little bit different than what I read there, so, I don't know what subsection that is, it's for
Yeah,
a
it's
combination
right
of forms.
here. Let's see, oh, when I do that. Sorry.
Apologies, once you adjust Muni code, it loses your place.
I was trying to do full screen and I got punished. Okay, hang on. Give me just a second here. Major, okay, here we are. I'm not gonna pull down the screen, just, but here's the,
So the major adjustment to combination of forms, an adjustment may be approved to allow for a combination of form types to be organized in a way that is not contemplated by this chapter. It does not say elements from other form types, right? It says combination of form types. Is that correct?
That is correct, but Commissioner Yashida, if I can step in here. So I think if we step back to the way that the enhanced compatibility criteria, function overall. So, there's two site types of two types of major adjustments. There's one for practical difficulty, one for enhanced compatibility. And I think the way that staff looked at this, the overall process for enhanced compatibility has a broad latitude of adjustments that Planning Commission may consider. And then the combo is a subtype of that, right? So in a way, you can adjust up the floor area as permitted, or, the setbacks and other things under that broader latitude under enhanced compatibility before getting to that subcategory to allow them to be organized in that side drive couple type.
I understand. I'm just trying to clarify what the different versions of it and what the source language is.
Understood.
Not asking for your interpretation. The follow-on question to that, the mechanics of process, we arrived here for this application as a combination of form types. Are there other process or mechanics to consider this application? I know we're leaning away from PUDs and things like that, but are there other mechanics in the code that were considered or could have been considered for this application?
yes, we did consider looking at this as two house form types on two future lots, one facing the alley and one facing the 16th. However, that really missed out on that sort of community area in the middle. We felt that given the size of the lots, that was something that would be really important to your considerations on this project in particular. The other thing we did look at is, well, what if they just left the front house alone and we just went after the back house to figure out, what to do with that? Again, given the parking situation and trying to improve the parking situation, frankly, on the property, we felt that looking at it in a holistic way gave Planning Commission the most information to consider this request. This is only our second time we've kind of come forward with something like this. And generally, it's been used to preserve structures. And while this is not in a historic district, it is a house, both houses are well over 50 years old. And staff felt that preserving the structures would be important to the context, given the age of the structures around it. So we did look at a couple other ways to do this, but staff felt that the combination of form types, and admittedly, there is some limitations to how the criteria list out, they're pretty broad. We felt that the combination of form types gave you all the most information and gave you the most flexibility when you were considering this, that you could say, well, this one thing doesn't quite work, and instead of on the whole site, and you would have the opportunity to look at the entire site as part of your deliberations, instead of one part of the site or kind of trying to silo each one into a form type.
Yeah, so I appreciate the other ways of thinking about it. Simple question, is there another process by which this application could come before us other than the combination of form types? Like looking through what section is it? The process section.
So it could have come through as a rezoning for a PUD.
Yeah, right.
For a property of this size, it's a pretty intense tool to use, given that we weren't really looking at density so much as we were looking at form. And so staff felt that the form-based code was the better place to address this. It could have come through as a PUD, but it would be a lot more detailed. It would have a lot more to it. And frankly, you could stretch much larger outside the bounds of the code with a PUD, because essentially it's custom zoning. So the form zone combination, even given its limitations to the review criteria, still staff felt it was effective in containing the development to, incremental modest additions rather than something else. But certainly there could have been other ways it could have gone, for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Other questions for staff? Hearing none, we will open public hearing. In this case, do we have folks who would like to make public comment? If you would come to the podium, please, and introduce yourself and your address. You'll have 3 minutes for public comment.
Thank you. My name is Paul Casey. My wife Kathy and I own the home at 817 and a half 17th Street, the half being the important part because it's on the alley. It's the white roofed house that you saw in the aerial photo across the street. We've owned this house since 2021, 22, I believe. I'm also a registered professional engineer in the state of Colorado, and it's pretty simple. I mean, we don't really have any aversion to the type of development that's proposed. We would like to know what improvements are going to be made to the alley, and the reason I bring that up is parking is extremely tight in the alley as it is now. If we're adding units, adding parking spaces, it's going to continue to, I think, exacerbate what's a very, very tight parking scenario now, access and parking scenario. Given that, also the utilities, the sanitary sewer has been, I think, 3 different times we've asked the city to come in and jet out the sewer because it continues to back up. Now we're just going to be adding load to that, and it does collect from the area to the west above it. So we've got some issues there with potentially sewer capacity. So we would like the commission to address, I think, specifically improvements to the alley. It's a dirt alley. Is it going to be paved? What's fire protection going to look like? And I know it's got to go through the review from utilities, and so from that aspect, We obviously want to protect our own property and those around us, and make sure we don't have any issues associated with the additions that are being proposed here. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Other public comment?
Hello, my name is Jessica Strock, and my husband Ken and I own the property and occupy the property at 1616 Washington, which is a house at the beginning of the alley right there. We've lived there since 1998. We actually lived in the house that they now own when we started, but we bought the house on Washington there in 2001. So we've been there a long time. I have similar concerns to the Casey's with the alley itself and the parking. Having 3 units at the base, but having parking for 5 of those units is gonna add a lot of traffic into the alley. And part of it too is not having, the alley dead ends. There is no through, it's dirt, there's nowhere to actually back because it's a hill. So looking at the turning radius, vehicles being able to safely maneuver out without encroaching on adjacent property or backing down the full length of the alley and using other property to turn around is one of my biggest concerns. Because we see it now with the load of traffic that's back there because of the other multi-unit residents that are back there. So adding 5 more cars to the back of the alley is definitely gonna be something that is, it needs to have more of a study done. Having 5 spaces there isn't gonna be the maneuverability, at least in my opinion. The other thing is, again, just the mitigation of stormwater. Taking the lot and doing any other changes to it, we wanna make sure that that stormwater is mitigated properly and not gonna encroach onto other adjacent properties as well. The alley does not have great flow. There's not a whole lot of great drainage at the end of it, and we have taken water into our basement a couple of times with, you know, they call them 100-year storms, but we've seen them twice in the 20-some years that we've been there. So, well, I just want to make sure that that is also part of the consideration of what happens with extra stormwater. I do think that on the site plan it said that 65% of the lot, give or take, was non-permeable, and it was 45% permeable or open space, including walks and things. So again, it's just more water that needs to make sure that it's mitigated properly. And then the other ones for the other part of the book that we're not talking about now. So again, I'm not opposed to what is being proposed. I just want to make sure that other adjacent properties are not negatively impacted by this. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Thank you for being here and for listening through all the things that have come before this public comment. I'll close public comment at this point. I think at this point we will also take a 5-minute break before we come back for conversation and deliberation.
So moved.
So moved. back into order.
We need, Lauren?
I'm sorry?
Lauren?
Yeah, maybe she stepped out.
Moving on to deliberation, I think it's good to recognize the emailed public comment that was received.
Right, I realize.
Gives the applicant
We received some public comment in writing, and we want to acknowledge that. I'm gonna ask Carl and Lauren to tell us what that was.
Absolutely, thank you. Staff received, or the city received, 2 emailed public comments prior to posting of the packet, and were attached to that agenda. And then another that was received today and was also attached to that agenda. And just as before Planning Commission moves into deliberation, it's best to give the applicant a chance to respond to all public comment, both emailed and spoken tonight.
Okay. Would you like to come back to the podium and respond to the public comment?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity. The public comment that came through digitally, I hope you've also had an opportunity to review. And I'll just share with you, since I think I'm grateful for this. I don't know this person, but I know he's reputable in your community. Peter Ewers says, "Thanks, Lauren. This looks like a good project to me. It's confusing with units A, B, and C listed for both the front building and the rear building, plus sheet 11 has 2 main level plans, which also gave me a little trouble, but overall it looks like a great way to gain some density. I have no objection to this project." I just feel like that's worth saying since somebody wrote it, and thank them. Paul and Kathy, are you? Oh, Paul and Kathy, Jessica and Kenneth, thank you guys for your comments. I am around after as well to talk a little bit more about this, and Paul and Kathy had some comments. What I'm hearing is there's some enforcement issues in the alley for parking. And clearly something needs to happen to enforce parking regulations. Our proposal is requesting parking to happen entirely on our property. And so if someone's parking like in the alley in an obstructive way, that seems like an enforcement issue. I'm grateful to hear about the sewer backup issue, which sounds like a public works department problem, which, you know, we'll connect to, but I'm sure if there's an issue there, the city will get at it. And then, you know, it is our intention to make the site more permeable, as you said. And so we're moving a significant amount of hardscape and collecting that water that would normally just shed off the back of the property in the green court. And there will also be mitigation strategies to make sure that it's not just being pumped out to the back of the property with gutter systems that address drainage flow in appropriate ways. So thanks for your comments.
Okay. And we had there was a historic comment that came in this afternoon.
Yes, Mr. Gardner wrote a comment, essentially just referencing the build date, which I took from the assessor. He has information that was built in 1905 instead of 1902, so I correct the record on that. I'm sure he's probably accurate, but I just wanted to note that based on his research, it's 1905. The assessor is not known for its accuracy on build dates. It's often close, but not always accurate. And then the other comment he talked about was that it had to do with the history of the structure and who had owned it in a previous time, as well as there was once proposed a Court Hill historic district that was many years ago and never went any further than just study this area. The reason why you see a lot of historic homes that are not designated, the city did study it at one point and did not move forward with any designation in this area.
Thank you.
But I will say that it would not preclude the owner from trying to go forward with an individual designation on the property, if they would like to do that.
Any other public comment?
No.
We will now close public comment. Thank you for making sure that we got
Well,
the written.
actually, there was a written comment. You also submitted a written comment regarding?
I wasn't sure we were gonna do
Yeah.
that.
Okay, yeah. The Casey's also submitted a written comment as well that was included in your packet.
Okay.
It's not in there. I just
No?
double checked everything, so I did not see it. I double checked the 2 attachments on the agenda.
Yep.
And each only included one comment.
Hmm.
One from Peter and one from Rick.
I thought I had the other.
Was the written comment?
I think that is a Goran saving PDFs issue. When I was putting this together, there was another written comment, and I'm happy to print it out and ensure you have it. But my recollection from the comment, it is very much what you heard verbally from the Casey's, and I can bring it up if the Casey's would like to read it and make.
They left.
Oh, they left. Sorry. I'm happy to read it into the record. Their full comment that they submitted.
I think that would be, if we can do that, that would be a good thing to do.
Okay. Yeah, apologies for that.
Is staff able to address the comments as well? I think there were some questions
I
for
was
staff.
coming to that.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. I thought we'd get out of the public comment first.
Yes, you're right. My bad.
Here we go. I'm going to read the comment from, this is not from the Casey's, excuse me. It was from you all. That's right. Hello, we received a notice for the public meeting but may not be able to attend. The plans show all the parking for these additional units to be off the little dead end alley. This alley is not maintained by the city, and currently there are 18 vehicles accessing the existing units multiple times per day. Are we to expect an additional 5+ vehicles multiple times a day on an unmaintained base surface to not be an overload? Not only will this degrade a pretty poor surface, but it will also make it harder for the residents who walk up and down to do so safely. We honestly do not have any issues with the new units, but feel the alley in its current condition is not meant for all the vehicles that have been added over the last 25 years. The speeds of the current vehicles on a dead-end alley are already kind of out of hand. We would hope another solution for parking can be found behind the main house. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now close public comment. And ask staff if you have any comments to it, or maybe there are particular questions that we have from the commission about the public comment.
Do you have anything in particular, Carl? I don't believe so. But,
Yeah, I mean,
if
I
you
would
have
just-
further questions as you deliver, you're happy to go into that.
I'd ask so, the questions are important. They're not anything the zoning commission or this particular staff can answer, but if you could refer that to the right department and get an answer to these questions, I think it'd be important.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say to the utilities, and we'll speak to some of those, that yes, Public Works does look at those, and ultimately when looking at building permit, if this were approved tonight, it would move on to those building permits, and ultimately that's when the engineering team reviews the sizing and capacity and those other factors, as well as this would have those confirmed with the final details to make sure that it meets their specifications. As far as the alley, I think that's a public consideration, and I think something that especially as this moves forward, we would look at in collaboration with Public Works to potentially address some of those concerns.
Commissioner Rutter?
Just confirming that one of the concerns that was raised is stormwater mitigation, and what point in the process would that be addressed?
Absolutely. So formal stormwater mitigation through is generally triggered based on a size of disrupted property. So that's generally a half acre. So from a stormwater permit perspective, the site does not meet those thresholds. However, I think there's two components of that. One, drainage is reviewed at the time of building permit by engineering to make sure that there's adequate drainage into the site or off of the site, and that does not impact other properties. The other is that right now there is pervious surface or impervious surface, the one that doesn't absorb water. Impervious surface with the driveway area as well as that access to the garage. That is proposed to become more green space. And so I think overall the impervious surface area is being reduced on that site. So I think there's two components that is mitigated and then is also further reviewed with the final drainage with building permits.
Thank you. And then, not directly asked, but it kind of spurred a thought. Has the fire department been consulted with this application, and are there any concerns with the high number of vehicles and residents that are going to be on this dead-end alley?
The fire department didn't have any specific concerns. They noted that the property has two access points, which for them gives them two options from 16th or from the alley. So in their, for their purposes, having two access points resolves their concerns with this.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for staff? Okay, so I think it's time for us to talk and deliberate. And just to, I guess, remind ourselves, we have the first question in front of us is about a major adjustment to allow for the use of a combination of form types to proceed with the development on this property. And that's a major adjustment under enhanced compatibility, not under practical conditions or practical difficulties. We will do that first and then look at the question about the zone site, overall zone site. In the packet that we have, Lauren has reviewed or given us her review of the criteria to meet for the enhanced compatibility. And I think what I would suggest is that we look at those individually and have a chance to discuss whether or not we think we've agreed that the criteria are met, or if there are issues or conditions that we want to call out for special consideration. So that in the staff report, this is pages 9 through 11. Look at those criteria. So first one is that all of the form types are allowed in the form zone in which the subject property is located, and they've identified and confirmed that all three form types are allowed in the transition form zone. Any questions? B, the massing of the development is consistent with other development on the same block or appropriately transitions to the massing of adjoining lots. Any questions or comments about that?
I'll just add the comment that with a larger lot, the consideration to allow for a larger amount of floor area, I think, is appropriate in this scenario, and kind of, pulling the pin of where you had pinned earlier, just, ensuring that that it's consistent, and that I agree with staff that that increasing the minimum lot size for something that allows this much floor area, I think would be more consistent with some of the other developments in the area.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is the section where the question about allowable floor area and allowable units related to the form types come in. I agree with Commissioner Rutter that, I mean, I don't agree with the mechanics. I agree that the conditions, it could be supportable. Raising a minimum that's already met in order to get at it, I find convoluted. I appreciate the intent for transparency. It took me a while to connect all the dots. I didn't find it very transparent. So I can come back around to that. I'm not as clear on, I mean, the bedroom question, I think, as it relates to parking comes in later. I feel like I had to fight to find the information that side drive couple house carried with it 2, that was wrong in the staff report as 1, and the request was 3. Again, just took a lot of machinations for me to understand, and I didn't find transparent. But is it potentially okay? I mean, that's, I think, the question to really digest, right?
Are you saying in terms of number of units?
Yeah. Because the form zone, the form type carries it. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, sorry, I interrupted you. I also agreed that it was very difficult to discern number of units.
I also had a hard time getting my head around being told, well, it's a bigger lot, and so you should allow more square footage and units and whatever. But, oh, by the way, we're probably going to subdivide it. I'm like, why are we talking about a bigger lot? I don't know. That to me was a little strange.
So, I don't know, I mean, it's, I don't find the criteria met per the staff report is, I mean, the point of, from a consensus standpoint, I mean, maybe jumping to there are a lot of items that looks like that have been raised during tonight's testimony that maybe the staff report should be updated and revised. I don't think it's supportable to say the criteria is met per the staff report and resynthesized, given the new information, is maybe where my head is at. But I find it hard to support that line item, given the new information that's been presented. And some of the discrepancies and errors that we found.
I agree, there's some information tonight that was presented that we didn't have earlier, and also probably some information that we still need, potentially. But maybe not related, well, for me, not related to this criterion, but certainly for this application.
When getting back to B,
Yes.
at least I feel like the front unit, building, whatever house, seems like it matches the neighborhood. The back, I have no idea, because I don't know what else is on the alley. We weren't shown any of that.
Yeah, when I look at the criteria for B, it talks about being consistent on the same block face. So I don't know that the alley matters so much, but maybe I'm misinterpreting it. But I think the intent is, that, what you see from the street when you're driving around the neighborhoods, you want it to look consistent. And I think his renderings are showing pretty consistent style with the front house, so.
Okay. C, the design of the development allows for safe and efficient circulation of vehicles and pedestrians. We have confirmed that there are 6 bedrooms? Is that correct?
The current floor plans as shown by the applicant this evening show 1 bedroom in each of the existing units in the front building. So there would be one bedroom. There's only 2 bedrooms in that structure currently, or at least as known today. Staff would recommend that, as a point of order, given the testimony this evening, that perhaps a condition limiting the number of bedrooms on site would be appropriate, given the information, so that there just wouldn't be further subdivision for bedrooms in that existing building footprint.
So clarification, I thought the applicant's testimony was 4 bedrooms in the existing building.
That's not what the floor plans show.
That was the testimony.
Right, no, I understood. The assessor shows 4 bedrooms, which again is, I think that's what, did you say that?
It looks like 2.
So just for clarification, the standard is for each bedroom, there'd be 1.5 dwellings, or 1.5 parking spaces.
Right,
Per bedroom.
per bedroom, which is not
Per
what this.
unit. It's studio units, 1 space per dwelling unit, 1 and 2 bedroom units, it's 1.5 spaces per dwelling unit, and then 3 plus is.
I don't
would be
think
3.
that's correct. Staff, can you clarify which column?
Commissioner Rutter is correct that for 1 bedroom units in this particular zone, it is 1.5 units,
Spaces.
1.5 parking spaces
Per.
per bedroom.
Per dwelling unit, it says.
Well,
Yeah, I think it's
dwelling
the
unit,
rightmost column that we're correct?
Right. Correct,
Multi-unit
yes,
row.
yes, I'm there.
right. So it's one and a
so
half.
not- It's the transitional zone, which is other in the case of that parking table, which
Right.
is the rightmost column.
Right, given the information provided with the floor plans, again, it's, the floor plans as that I showed and looked at this evening, show one bedroom in each of those units. So staff would recommend, one of those units could be satisfied by having the tandem, because it is the same unit. But the other one would have to be converted to a studio in order to meet the parking regulations.
Are we
So
looking
there-
at the entire site? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of unknowns. I mean, this simple tally, and again, I'm in the position that we should see all that information. And I don't have enough, information to understand where we're at, but, sorry, I can't get back to my other sheet. 4 plus 2 units on the back, plus a loft and another bedroom in the basement, I get to a total of 6 bedrooms, just based on the numbers that I'm hearing around, but should that be verified? And is that actionable? I'm not sure. I think it should be verified. I don't feel like we have information yet.
I think, is the loft the bedroom in the basement unit in the front house?
Well, and go through all those questions.
Okay.
So my point of clarification to get the loft definition read is I think what's labeled as loft should be considered bedrooms for the
Yes.
sake of the parking calculation. So all that being synthesized, redistilled into a clear and concise staff report is, that's what I would expect.
And I think you're absolutely right. I think that, as stated at the very beginning of this conversation and the presentation, the residential 3 zone district has unlimited units, provided that all of the on-site parking can be accommodated. And I think that is the limiting factor, and I think that's really important for us to discuss and determine here.
Right, or is it something that we're considering a variance for? It's gotta be, the facts have to be distilled, and then what the consideration in question is I don't think we have the data or information to go through what's been presented.
But regardless, we're looking at undercount the necessary parking spaces,
Right. Yeah, it appears so from,
That's what it
my
appears.
simple tally, right?
which magnifies community comment concerns about traffic patterns.
Yeah, good point. It would change, right? If the staff report is public, I think you're right. To the extent that that's the only document the public has been privy to, I think we owe a updated report to the public.
Okay. The design of the development brings the building forms together in an integrated arrangement. Buildings that relate to one another, shared access or shared amenities, and consistent or complementary architectural styles and building materials. Any comments or?
I think it could be, but it's interesting that this is a criterion, but we don't have the architectural information. I mean, we did see some renderings, but that kind of was not
Right.
necessarily part of our consideration. So if we were to approve this, I would recommend that be a condition of our approval, that the architectural standard, or architectural styles and building materials would be complementary, just to ensure that criterion is further met.
Okay.
I will say, I do appreciate the crafting of the common space between the two spaces, the two build things. I think that's a creative use of space.
Mhm.
And I appreciate the applicant's rationale.
Which speaks to E.5 on those criteria. So, what I hear in the discussion thus far is that we don't have, or don't believe we have sufficient information to really understand the parking issue and the, therefore the impact on the alley in the back or whatever other alternatives there might be.
So, yeah, I'm processing where you're at, just point of order question, I mean, what are the paths forward for us to continue and expect new information to be redistilled? I don't know what that means with respect to notification requirements. Does the applicant withdraw? I mean, it doesn't make sense. I mean, advancing it to a motion seems unlikely in that I mean, the only motion I could arrive at would be, we don't have enough information, would be to deny, which is maybe premature, given what you said, because the information isn't there, but that's the only path without it, so
Well,
I'm just thinking this out loud.
Thank you,
Yeah.
because I'm sort of doing the same thing. What I'm thinking is that we are not ready to make a decision, and that we should look at a continuation to be able to get more information that we need.
Yeah, so my question would be, does a continuation logistically, can new information be resynthesized, or does it, what does it mean with respect to the application?
If you could give me just a couple minutes, I think I could find that answer. But please continue.
Yes, sir. Sure.
Thanks for the opportunity. I don't know what's gonna happen tonight, but I'm gonna need some feedback about your direction on parking. Cause there's two things, one is the form zone, or one is the combination of form types. And then there was the actual application on how I was complying. You saw a lot more tonight than you might normally get with just the combination of forms. And in fact, I was stopped when I was gonna show you the next application, that is how I comply. And so we're at a really unusual crossroad, because what I'm hearing from you is we need more information. The information you're looking for is the compliance piece that comes in the next aspect of the presentation, which I will say you already generally know, because I've shared with you, and I think that is why Commissioner Yoshida is asking, like, we need more information. But as an applicant, for me to do anything meaningful, like leaving here today for a continuance with the magnitude of the information I've shared tonight, what I would really love to hear is just the information about what is the appropriate balance of parking for the project that I'm describing. And by law, I'm allowed to park on the alley. And so I don't think you can like limit the parking on the alley. That is like a allowance that is just given because of frontage requirements. But if there is a relationship between parking and unit count, or parking and bedroom count, that you think is important to discuss and to give me information on, then I can either respond to it and say, that is gonna work, and we can put that in as a condition for the form, combination of forms, and I can amend my site application, which I haven't shown you yet, or I can say it's not gonna work, and yeah, like a continuance would be necessary for me to go figure out what I'm gonna do with the project. I hope that makes sense, but you know, a continuance without any information or discussion about what the perspective is puts me in, I will just say staff as well, in a terrible position, because it's pretty much directionless.
Chair, point of order, that's at your discretion, but this is commission discussion, right? I mean,
Yes, it is, and commission discussion with staff, actually. Or among ourselves and then with staff.
We were shown a lot of extra information tonight that wasn't in our packet. So I really feel like we need to have all of that information before we even go further.
Right.
I think the information specifically for me that I think we're looking for, and you all please correct me if I'm wrong, at least some of the information that we need is how the form type would conform with the parking requirements. There are minimum parking requirements for multi-household residences that are applicable to all form types. We can't just make up something. If we were to, move forward with an approval tonight, each of the 6 units would be required for these spaces to be compliant with the parking regulations. They'd all have to be studio units. No bedrooms permitted. So just some maybe feedback for the applicant, for staff. We need some more information about the parking requirements that are being applied here. That wasn't really provided in the staff report. And then the number of bedrooms per unit, and the information that was provided this evening that we didn't see in the packet, and all of those things.
I agree. It's the additional information that was presented needs to be resynthesized. We're not asking for additional information. We're asking the information that's clearly needs to be resynthesized, clearly changes the nature of the staff report. That's the information that is due to us and to Guiding Golden and to the public.
What for staff, what will it take to put together a revised report and to be able to address those issues of particularly parking and bedrooms and impact on the surrounding residents' use of the alley and so on?
Thank you for the opportunity to consider this, and I think at some point I might ask for a brief opportunity to deliberate with council, because I think right now, I think that the question that this poses is if this is related to one of the criteria directly for the major adjustment for enhanced compatibility, or to the applicant's point, is this a component of the consideration of the form zone site plan that is then subject strictly to those parking requirements under 1836. So I think with that, if Planning Commission is thinking, okay, do we have the information based on the overall parking and how that impacts that the criteria under enhanced compatibility for that combo of form types? If you're thinking, oh, we need this to address that criteria specifically, or is this a question that is actually better suited for that deliberation of the form zone site plan, which is that next consideration, and whether or not there's that. So I think that's just a clarification that staff would need, is if you're going to continue and it's based on that information for the parking, whether that's for the potential zoning opportunities, or is that for the actual technical requirements for the form zone site plan?
Understood. So I'd ask everybody to look at page 9 of the staff report. The criteria C talks about safe and efficient circulation. The analysis is 6 units is sufficient, therefore the criteria is met. It's entered into evidence. There is no question that that's the way that you evaluated it, and that's the way the information was presented. Outcome still needs to be discussed, but I don't think I'm not drawing an erroneous conclusion that that's the way the information was presented. It's there, right?
So I guess I'm confused about what it is that we're still missing, because I think you're right. I mean, if we're going based off of this analysis,
So how do you, if parking is determined by bedrooms rather than units, and the staff report is 6 is sufficient, I don't understand how we don't have enough information to make the math work that I see.
okay.
I would say that we are not considering the number of bedrooms at this time, right? We're considering the form type.
Yeah,
And so by approving this form type, we'd be essentially very much limiting the number of bedrooms that could be put into this development. So again, all 6 of the units would need to be studio units according to the parking regulations. I don't know that that's really truly what is intended here. I think that potentially if the applicant would like for something different to be considered, we need to think about that probably now. But yeah, I guess I agree with Carl that, you know, we could consider these things potentially, but it's not what has been discussed this evening. It is, if we're truly taking a step back and looking at the form zone, you know, does it meet that criterion?
yeah, I agree with that. The part that doesn't quite add up to me is the question of how parking was evaluated, and it was not, it was, I think the testimony was that the wrong column was used. So I get your point, but
I also get your
we
point.
also come back around to the same question, how was it evaluated?
Yes.
So I'm not sure where that leaves us. Is there further clarification that we need from staff and staff perhaps meeting with the applicant to clarify the confusion between parking based on dwelling units versus parking based on bedrooms?
Well, I don't know if there's confusion. I think the testimony is that if the wrong column was used, and that's what's in the report, our decisions are, any decisions is based on knowing that the analysis is, we have a known inaccuracy. So any decision downstream of that acknowledges that, right?
Yes.
I'll also add that I think that, you know, maybe not specific to the form zone, but looking ahead to the site plan, we understand that some of these are loft spaces that are going to be considered bedrooms, and therefore put the total number of parking spaces required over 6. So I would recommend that we continue this case to allow for staff and the applicant to further evaluate the total number of parking spaces required, desired, number of bedrooms that are, you know, anticipated here, and truly, if 6 units are not able to be accommodated on the site due to the amount of parking that's required, then, you know, maybe additional thought needs to be given on the proposal. And that's not to say that I don't like it. I do like what's been done here, but I just think that it's difficult to accommodate everything on the site.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just as far as a discussion point and deliberation, I mean, I appreciate the intent, I appreciate the bold strokes of some of the solutions, but some of the positioning and some of the outcomes that aren't clear is where I want to have more precise information, right? And which is related to my question about mechanics, because if the solution requires a set of conditions, I want to clearly understand them. And, you know, if it passes the tipping point, even though the site is small, but the nature of it is it's so unusual, it should have come through as a PUD, I mean, that's I'm wondering if that's not there, and we can adapt, but that's the other perspective, which is that the outcome and the solution in the process to get there, I think, have to have clarity, and we don't have that right now.
Does staff feel like they've heard what they were asking for?
We need a little more information to be helpful. So, on the parking question, obviously there's ways to modify parking requirements in the code. Given the constraints on the site, it would be unlikely that there would be additional parking to be provided for this number of units. Maybe one other space in a tandem configuration, without getting rid of the green space and some other things. Obviously, the applicant can make the decision to reduce the number of units. However, it would be good to get input from Planning Commission on whether or not, as far as considering a variance or considering any reduction in parking given the size, given the units themselves, or would you be looking for, you wouldn't, I mean, obviously you can consider it, but just getting your input on the parking itself, given the nature of the project and the context it's in.
I get the question from both staff. I just don't think it's appropriate to provide an answer for that. I get the question, I get it, but it's.
Well, it's whether or not you would consider it or not. At least it's not really asking you to make a decision, just something you would consider.
It's the same question in reverse. We weren't asked about any of the nature of our tenor on the adjustments that are in this packet. So, I mean, you know, it's a chicken and egg question.
Sure.
I mean, that's my answer, is I get the question, but I'm unwilling to provide an answer. You can put whatever variance the applicant and staff seems reasonable forward. It's our job to consider it, right? Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Yoshida. I think we need to evaluate the criteria for approval. I think we need more information. Off the top of my head, I can't remember what all the criteria are. So without seeing that in this context, I think it would be very difficult for us to give a tentative thumbs up or a thumbs down.
Well, I'm not, yeah, I was just more, the configuration of the site was a big consideration in how this was brought forward and the existing configuration. So, it could change significantly, potentially, with another configuration. And so I just was, obviously, I've heard on both sides, I've heard support for the preservation piece, but, sort of some of the issues with the parking. And so it's kind of balancing those two questions moving forward. So any input you all have individually on that topic would be helpful for staff and the applicant as we decide how to move this best to move this forward or take a pause or whatever that might be. But certainly you're not required to give any input if you do not wish to.
I think what I hear Commissioners Yoshida and Rudder speaking to specifically is simply just like a redo of the presentation with more data included, data that we were provided that wasn't in the packet. Is that?
No, not real. I'm saying our consideration of the question is clearly different after hearing the packet and the testimony. Whether it changes the application, I'm not predicting. If the application stays the same and the variances are in request or position, clearly is one outcome. If the application changes, is another. I'm not predicting either outcome.
Potentially, we would be asking for the applicant and staff to have a review of their plan and to know the kinds of questions that have been raised parking certainly being one of them, the alley and use of the alley, whether or not the accommodations are studios or one bedroom, and if there is in fact a request for variance from parking ratio, depending on what they're presenting. Those are the kinds of things that we're.
Yeah, I'm not concerned, is it a one bedroom, is it a one bedroom with a loft? Like, how many sleeping areas are there gonna be in these units? And we didn't see any of the, outline of the original units, which I would like to see. The layout.
Do we know, or does staff know that in the second half of the applicant's presentation, there's gonna be more detail that would help shed light on how they're planning on complying with some of our concerns, or is that just a supplemental conversation?
I think it's hard to say, given the deliberation that I've heard. I will say that staff brought up sort of the review criteria for this item, and that it doesn't have a section for conformance with parking code, for example. That's not listed specifically. So there's a lot of leeway in this how you would analyze this, and staff admittedly understand, we were very transparent that there are a lot of ways you could analyze this. You don't necessarily have to agree with staff's analysis. You can have your own analysis as well. I think that's where it leaves a little bit of a question for us, because there's such a broad way to analyze this, that having your direction, given the broad nature of the review criteria themselves, is helpful for us to know, is helpful for us. But again, not required, but again, you can have your own analysis. You do not have to agree with staff's analysis.
Commissioner Ritter?
Yeah, I understand that, and kind of like I was saying earlier, if we approve the form zone site plan as presented, that would be limiting the units to 6 studio units, which is essentially impossible with what has been presented this evening, because there's lofts and bedrooms associated, and the lofts cannot be turned into a studio necessarily. So I don't think that approving the form zone site plan as presented is going to get anyone anywhere. Based on the math that I'm not even sure is correct, based on how I read the code, I think based on what was presented this evening, there'd be 9 total parking spaces required for this site. I don't think that that's feasible based on what it looks like. I don't think that, I would recommend to staff that they recommend a continuance due to the fact that the form zone site plan presented this evening is not going to achieve what the outcome is intended.
And,
Commissioner Hilliard?
I guess I'm not tracking with that, because the criteria says the design of the development allows for safe and efficient circulation of vehicles and pedestrians. It doesn't specifically go into how many spaces it is. That's in their analysis, but the actual criteria is not as pointed. And so, from my perspective, as long as we think that there's going to be a way to have safe and efficient circulation of vehicles, whether it be by having 6 spaces and if need be a variance from however it lands up going on the next round, I don't, and you're more experienced with this than me, so maybe I'm missing a procedural thing, but to me it seems like we could still move forward with this one.
I agree.
Okay.
I just don't think it's what the applicant wants.
And how does that limit them to doing only studios?
The parking requirements.
So if we agree to this mixed form,
With only 6 parking spaces on the property.
but I don't think it says that anywhere. That was
It is
only
on
in
the
staff's analysis.
No, it's on the site plan that was presented. That's what we're approving this evening.
Yeah.
I thought we
And-
weren't approving the site plan yet.
So,
The form zoning site plan approving this.
so point of clarification, we are just looking at the a major adjustment for enhanced compatibility for the combination of form types. The actual technical requirements of the form zone site plan is a separate public hearing that would open up after the determination on the existing case in front of you for that major adjustment. So I think that's just where we're at. Some of these technical details could play into planning commission's consideration as they relate specifically to that safe and efficient circulation under criteria C. However, you know, that's just, right now we're at the higher level. The site plan would have to comply with the chapter 1836. But that's a separate public hearing that would open up after this.
Okay. Yeah. It's clear the applicant wants to speak. I'm not sure that that's appropriate at this point. I mean, we've had that opportunity. I guess I'm looking for some guidance about that.
What I might recommend is that planning commission move forward with the consideration of the rest of the criteria related to the application or the public hearing as it's open. And at that time, maybe see, once you go through the rest of that criteria, do you have the information you feel comfortable with to make a determination on the major adjustment? And if so, you know, you can have that motion. Otherwise, if there's pieces that you do not feel that you have, then I would request maybe a brief pause so that we, staff could both consult with legal counsel and also the applicant to see, are there pieces of that might become relevant either tonight or ways that we could continue that and make sure that we're all on the same page to get you the information that you need to make that determination. So.
Okay. I would suggest, given those options, that this would be time for a pause for staff and the applicant and council.
That'd be great.
To share information and to come back with some recommendation about proceeding.
Well, 5-minute recess?
Yeah.
A recess?
We'll take 5 minutes. call the meeting back to order.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to discuss with the applicant. You know, I think at this time, we would recommend that, like I said, Planning Commission finish their deliberation on the remaining criteria for the major adjustment. If there is additional information that you would like to satisfy one of those criteria to make a determination, you would, I think, consider a continuation with clear direction for that information that you need to address that criteria. And then staff has some clarifying things that we would bring back to you at that time as well. So, but at this time, I would recommend Planning Commission finalize their determination based on the information provided on the major adjustment for tonight, and that might just identify other things that you find, or at least remove certain things from your consideration. If you desire follow-up, you might also find that you have the information you need tonight to come to a determination, at least on this part. Staff is planning on recommending, and the applicant has agreed, that the form zone site plan, so that's that next public hearing, that we would postpone that to a date certain. So not consider that tonight, and just limit your deliberation and your determination to the major adjustment at this time.
Are we, do we have any other questions of staff or things that we want to talk about in terms of the criteria? Do we have enough information to make it to vote on the major adjustment? Or do we have particular things we want to list as something that we need more information about, or we approve it pending either getting more information or outlining specifics that we would like staff to take into account as they move forward with that?
So, I mean, just a clarification, I think the request was made to go through all four criteria through E. I thought we did that. Is that?
We did.
Okay, I just want to make
Oh,
that
you did,
clear.
okay.
You've asked it twice, and that's been
Thank you for
done.
clarifying for staff that you
Okay.
had asked and answered. I am sorry I missed that part of the deliberation.
Okay, so, I mean, just to, yeah, I mean, where Commissioner Hilliard was at, I don't think criteria C is met. We've had a lot of discussion about that. Both staff and other commissioners have said, you don't, the criteria is the criteria. The analysis, you can agree, disagree with, have an alternate point of view. I don't think that criteria is met, I guess is where I land on that evaluation.
Commissioner Brand?
Would you feel more comfortable, because I think I'm to the point where I could get to approval here with some conditions of approval to ensure that at this time of site plan approval, that these, it's hard to say some of these things without seeing the site plan. So the two conditions that I'm considering, or yeah, conditions of approval I'm considering are all the ones that staff had listed, A through C, along with one that addresses letter D, stating the design of the development shall ensure consistent or complementary architectural styles and building materials. And then another condition to address, I think, your concern, hopefully, which is also mine. The site plan shall comply with all development regulations, including parking, unless a variance or major adjustment is approved.
Perfect.
I think it's just hard. I know that staff did the analysis, based on the parking spaces, but I don't, in the dwelling unit situation, I just don't know. I don't know that we have enough information for the form zone, the combination form zones that we're looking at versus the site plan, which is really hard to kind of differentiate the two, to be quite honest.
Yeah, I mean, the nature of each variance or condition is relevant. There was allusion to it, and I brought it up, the 2-foot side setback, I think is worth unpacking as well, still. So, yeah, I think to get to a motion, we've got to unpack that too.
I had a similar thought.
Yeah, okay.
And, process-wise, if we were to do that, a motion with those, conditions, then, is it our expectation or is it the process that we have? And this is I guess, a question for staff and maybe for council of, what's the feedback mechanism for the commission about meeting those conditions? Would they be, when we do the hearing for the zone site, would we get feedback information in terms of that? Or is there some other point in which we would get that information? Or are we putting the conditions in there and assuming that they will be addressed without really having an opportunity to review that again?
Couple things, you can bring back the form zone site plan you can recommend that it come before you, so you would have that opportunity to review it, in this setting. So that is one option, and, I believe you've done that many times before where you've had adjustments and wanted to come back and see the site plans. So that would be typical. The other, as far as process and feedback, obviously anything you all say on the dais today is helpful feedback for us to ensure we get you all the information that you are requesting. And being specific about that feedback is always really helpful, especially given that there are 6 commissioners up there, and so being specific is really helpful for staff, so that we do bring you back all the information that you are expecting to do to confirm your analysis of the request or compliance with the form zone in the future. Either way.
Okay. So yes, Commissioner.
Sorry, go ahead. Nope.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna, before we kind of make any motions, I do want to circle back to Commissioner Yoshida's desire for conversation around that 2-foot side setback. I also, it's one of the things that staff recommends as a condition as well, but it's worth having a conversation about. It's very different than what the typical setback might be. I think there's some building code considerations that might need to be made as well in terms of fireproofing due to proximity to the property line and things like that.
Yeah, the way I think through it is just different. It's an existing building that has a nonconformity. It can be allowed to stay there. Any improvements need to comply with the existing setback or approved setback, which would be 5 feet. But the way it's positioned now is modification to a 2-foot setback, which means any improvement can happen there. So I'm confused by that positioning. It just doesn't make sense to me.
It allows for the extension of the non-conforming situation to be, extended into the upper floor, basically. But is that something that we want? Is that something that?
No, I think my simple position is the existing building can be allowed to stay where it is, that wall and foundation. Any improvements need to comply with current setbacks. So it's non-conforming can stay at 2, 5 is the form zone setback, any improvements need to be at 5. And it's not a reclassification of a new setback at 2, that's where the machinations, I don't follow. For me, it's simpler just to say it's non-conforming at 2, side setbacks apply for any new construction.
And that request for the modified setback is to provide greater space for that common space in between the original building and the.
I don't think so, it's the side
The side
setback
sides
of
the
that
building.
back building.
It's the back building with the upper floor.
Okay.
Would be up before.
It's to allow the upper unit to align with the lower unit, and to
Right.
have essentially one wall plane, as opposed to, bringing it in 3 feet and then up. I'll just say that personally, I think that the 2 feet for enhanced compatibility in this scenario specifically, I'm comfortable with. I think it needs to be made clear that that this type of form zone, combination of form types, would need to be modified based on the scenario that's being applied to. And I don't know if that's how that works, and if it's not, then let me know.
Like each time, it would be different.
I mean, I think, and staff correct me if I'm wrong, the combination of form types is for a property, specific property, and not for, to be used necessarily anywhere.
That is correct, and ultimately, Planning Commission may also consider adding a condition that this applies to the existing building and the existing building footprint, and were that to go away, that it would come into conformance with standard setbacks for the form type. Would be a way that you could potentially condition that. So it's addressing the existing condition and that existing nonconformity, while then also, if that were to ever be built up new, entirely new, then it could be made to comply with the standard setback. So not, if it ever were demolished, it couldn't be rebuilt to 2 feet. It'd have to meet that 5-foot setback.
The way the wording for the form zone is, doesn't make that clear already. That if you're
It's
talking
just
about new
it's just a
construction-
straightforward 2-foot setback, just given the existing footprint. You could condition, as Mr. Onsager said, you could condition that setback as only applying to the rear building in its existing configuration and not something new. Or you could condition, frankly, the whole project that is based on preservation of the existing buildings on site. And I think I had mentioned something about that earlier, that this project is really based on, the proposal is based on preserving the existing buildings in the maximum extent practicable, while having some space for renovation and incremental progress or incremental development on the site. So it would be appropriate to condition it to, regarding the existing buildings. That's the intent of the request. It's not to build new.
I mean, I think it has to be acknowledged and classified. You've done it one way, I think about it a different way, but I mean, I agree, it has to be somehow addressed, and improvements need to be addressed as part of that. I think
Right.
we're saying the same thing.
Right. I think if this came in as, a blank lot, you wouldn't see this, staff would not be bringing forward, well, the applicant bringing forward with whatever they would like, but staff would not be bringing forward something of this nature.
With our,
Right.
I've been drafting conditions as we have been speaking, so
I'm
happy
hoping
to,
that that was what that was.
happy to take a stab when the time comes.
Are we, it feels like we're close to a moment of a motion with conditions.
Yes.
Is that, am I reading that?
Can we review what the draft conditions may be?
Certainly.
Sure, so updated letter B. If you're looking at your alternative motion conditions on page 13, I modified it to state the side setback of 2 feet shall be maintained for enhanced compatibility specific to the existing rear building footprint. Is there anything additional there? I think that captured kind of the conversation that we were having.
So if we had footprint, does that mean if there's a third edition, it would still fall under, it would get the same variance?
Yeah, footprint would be just like, it would be in effect essentially going up from where it exists today.
Okay.
So that, I mean, that's not what I described, but it's not my motion. I'm just saying, I'm just making it clear that, yeah, that's different than what I'm thinking.
I do understand.
Yeah. No, I know, I'm just clarifying it for everybody.
I'll reread, so letter 2 would have the same, letter D is what I'd added. The design of the development shall ensure consistent or complementary architectural styles and building materials. Again, that's reflective of letter D, criterion D. Condition of approval E, the site plan shall comply with all development regulations, including parking, unless a variance or a major adjustment is approved. Letter F, the form zone site plan shall be presented to the planning commission for approval. That will have it come back to us. The attorney can modify my language. I give you liberty. And then letter G, approval of the major adjustment is contingent upon the preservation of the existing buildings. Or something to that effect.
So, brainstorm-friendly amendment would be to add an H and an I that make I find the minimum lot size adjustment unnecessary and convoluted, so I would make conditions specific to what happens as a result of that, which is allowable building area of 3,900 square feet, which I think is the applicant's request, and density units of 6 rather than unlimited, which is what we've heard tonight, to create a clear boundary, because the boundary is not clear. By adjusting the minimum is I find convoluted. It doesn't attach to the two issues that they're asking a variance for, that this is asking a variance for. So let's just make those specific.
To not, not use the wording that's currently in A, but to be more specific about.
And or, I find it unnecessary and convoluted, so either add to it and or, I haven't thought through whether in place of or adding modifiers. I think they probably both achieve the same outcome, but I think absent that, it's too vague.
So 7,500 square feet is too big?
Is too vague.
Vague.
Right. Because the implied development request here is implicit to that. That's where all the math of, well, this is a site that's X% larger results in building square footage that's X% bigger. That should be included in our motion, not included as derivative math that's not attributed.
I agree with you. That's why I was suggesting that we not use A.
Yeah,
as
it could be in
worded,
place of.
and then have instead either a substitute for A that just recognizes the 7,500 square feet and adds this phrase of, 6, living units, in 2 buildings.
And the allowable building area, which is why the 7,500 is involved in order to get to a higher allowable building area. I think, I mean, somebody who's checked the application, but that's the way, that's the only, that's the reason why the 7,500 minimum is invoked, in order to raise the, for 2 purposes, for density units and then to raise the allowable building area.
All right, here I took a stab. Modifying A, the minimum lot size shall be adjusted to 7,500 square feet to ensure compatibility of the allowed 3,900 square feet of total floor area. Does that capture that, or am I off entirely?
Well, it's half of it. I think, again, it's invoked for density unit purposes as well, because the other form zones, one form zone is restricted to 2, which does not serve the purposes, and the other one is unlimited. So I'm saying those 2 extremes, we should create the boundary.
So you're saying a
Which is-
maximum total density of 6 units?
Yeah.
For, in this type of.
For this specific, I mean, for this.
Specific to this.
Getting to the point in the evening where I'm having a hard time thinking. Combination of form, the subject application of form type shall be, shall have a maximum of 6 units.
Yeah.
Would we say, instead of talking about lot size, I mean, the 6 units and a totaling not more than 7,500 square feet?
Not 7,500. I mean, it's allowable building area we're trying to arrive at, which is 3,900.
Oh, okay, that's why I was confused by that, okay, thank you, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, the way you position it first is the way I'm understanding it. 7,500 is a proxy for discussing density and allowable building. I'm saying you just address those 2 specifically.
Did what I say capture what you were looking
But
for
yeah, I think so.
generally? Okay.
Can you read your D again?
Yes.
And thank you for doing this, Matt.
Sure. The design of the development shall ensure consistent or complementary architectural styles and building materials.
And we're including that as a condition because,
Because it's one of
Part
the
of the
things we're
criteria.
evaluating, and I wasn't able to make a determination that that was met without seeing the site plan.
yeah, okay, yeah.
Yeah, good question, because yeah. It's interesting that it's a criteria without seeing the
Criteria,
site plan, yeah.
So in A, did you include both the number of units and the total square footage allowed?
I separated out the total number of units to be a separate condition. Condition H, the subject combination of form type shall have a maximum of 6 units. Whereas A, I still have as minimum lot size shall be adjusted to 7,500 square feet to ensure compatibility of the allowed 3,900 square feet of total floor area. So kind of, it's both, but.
Yeah.
But it connects the 2, so yeah.
Could you repeat the changes that you made to A there?
Yes. The minimum lot size shall be adjusted to 7,500 square feet to ensure compatibility of the allowed 3,900 square feet of total floor area.
Thank you.
And I'd be happy to share my chicken scratch.
that to a motion? Is there any other conditions that we think should be included?
If I may interject, I would appreciate going through all these conditions prior to making a motion, just to be sure
Okay.
that the motion that I'm crafting here has all of
Yes.
them,
Should I read them all again?
if you don't mind.
Sure. Are you taking notes, so should I read slowly?
I'm crafting a motion right here, yeah.
Okay. Do we need to read A again?
No, but you could start at D. I think I have everything up to D.
Okay. D, the design of the development shall ensure consistent or complementary architectural styles and building materials. It's essentially restating the criteria D. Good?
Yes, I have that one, thank you.
E, the site plan shall comply with all development regulations, including parking, unless a variance or major adjustment is approved. And if there's a better language for that, it's Golden specific, please.
Could you repeat the second half of that one more time, please?
Yep. The site plan shall comply with all development regulations, including parking, unless a variance or a major adjustment is approved. Or maybe I should just say adjustment. I don't know if major is, depending if it's minor, adjustment.
I'm checking the math based on the what's in the packet of building total floor area for the zoning sheet. I'm cross-checking the 2,900. That's what I'm basing my memory on, so let me just check that. Oh, it's 3,600. I mean, the exhibit I'm looking at is the summary exhibit, zoning calculations. The two total building square footages, 1940.66 plus 1708.75 is 3649.41. So 3650.
Is that specific to the combination form type or for the site plan?
It's in the applicant's exhibit. So it's,
I know.
yeah, that was not presented in our packet as attributable to one or the other, right? Unless there's the information I have out there for everybody else to digest. If there's a number specific to that application in the form zone, we can use it. But lacking another benchmark and number, I'm using information that we've been provided, right? I mean, I'm not trying to be arbitrary about this, I'm just trying to write.
Yeah, and whatever we approve this evening is what the applicant's gonna have to comply with.
I mean, it backs me into the same spot. I mean, we can appreciate the effort. But yeah, it's a hard needle to thread here.
Carl?
Point of clarification, the application did propose for the combo of form types a max floor area of 3,900 square feet for the total property. And I think that was in part from the lessons learned from the last combo type where they had to come back to you for an adjustment to that just because in the final building layout, certain things moved away from the garage parking and became a laundry room, and therefore it put them over. So I think it was an intent to have just a little bit of wiggle room. So those details about, parking area versus, laundry room don't trip them up. But the formal request from the applicant was 3,900 square feet of floor area.
Yeah, I see that in the staff report. I don't know if I see that in anything from the applicant.
Page 3 of the packet materials for the attachments.
Continue reading, just so we can.
Yes, thank you.
So going back to just making sure that I'm reading, F, the form zone site plan shall be presented to the planning commission for approval. G, approval of the major adjustment is contingent upon the preservation of the existing buildings. And I don't know if there's a qualifier or some sort of, like, you know, to the maximum extent possible or something to that effect. Sure. Approval of the major adjustment is contingent upon the preservation of the existing buildings.
I think it would be helpful for staff to have a little clarity on a condition like that, given they are proposing to get rid of a portion of the existing building. You might be specific to footprint or give it a percentage or something, just because holistically, I would say they're not doing that with their current proposal.
Does anyone have any thoughts on that? Otherwise, I'd ask staff to recommend something, because I'm not sure.
It's the same do loop, right? I mean, it's using, we're making the condition beyond the information we're presented and asking to refine it to the conditions, but asking us to say that we really don't know what the conditions are. So yeah, I don't know how to respond to that either.
You might consider, you know, for for portions of the building along building frontage, and within the general building footprints, would be a way you might do that.
Great.
Yep.
Sounds good to me. Okay. Got that?
No. Sorry, what part of that do we want to control?
So G, approval of the major adjustment is contingent upon the preservation of the existing buildings, particularly along street frontages and within the building footprint to the maximum extent possible.
There's a small addition, so maybe we would say, the term maximum extent practical, I know it's vague sounding, but that implies a little more of like it's, there might be a little here and there, but it's the majority of it, or that, there's rot or something, they get in there and it's, yeah.
And it could be that, with the preservation, along street frontages really preserves that front portion of that building, and allows for the additions in the back. So maybe limiting it to footprints is unnecessary at this time.
Just to be clear, here's the condition I have right now. The approval of the major adjustment is contingent upon the preservation of the existing buildings along street frontages and along the building footprint.
And I think I think maybe removing the building footprint, because I think that could be problematic for the additions that are proposed.
And maybe adding to the maximum extent feasible or practicable.
Practicable, yes.
Just to reiterate the desire for preservation, but understanding that there are situations that come up.
Yep.
And then H, the subject combination of form types shall have a maximum of 6 units.
Thank you all for your patience.
So we're potentially gonna move to approve with 18 conditions.
However many H's,
Right.
H conditions.
Yeah.
H.
It seems unusual that we'd have that many conditions. I mean, it needs to be what this particular case demands, but
So you
it's unique property.
Staff would just,
But it's not all that usual to be doing combined housing form types, either for one piece of property.
I mean, that's why it's here. I mean, I don't disagree with it. It's different for me. It's unusual, that's why it's here. That's why it's not something,
Yeah.
it's straight path with the code. So it's unusual, that's why we're here evaluating.
I guess I just mentioned it, to avoid us tying ourselves in knots trying to move something forward. I mean, it shouldn't, but it seems like the collective analysis of the commission is let's move forward with these parameters.
Well, no, I get what you're saying. I mean, I'm trying to engage in discussion that moves the body and the discussion forward. Everybody's vote is individual, and my criteria, frankly, is, are the conditions met or not? I don't think they are. Is the criteria met or not? And does the proposed motion and conditions, do they somehow remedy that? And that's the nature of the vote. I mean, there's layers of decisions here, I think, that, you know.
If staff could just point of clarification on the resolution in your packet, there is an Exhibit A that details all the form type requirements. So for example, maximum dwelling units, square footage, some of those are already in there. Just to point out, I don't think anything you've said conflicts with Exhibit A, but I just want to point out that it's there and is part of the resolution.
Yeah, I mean, the only thought to those amendments, given that line of thinking, is just to make it granular, rather than saying applicable parking requirements. I think we know what those are after the testimony today, which is it's the 1.5 per bedroom. I mean, it's the appropriate box and the appropriate column to just make that specific, so there's no confusion, even if it's reiterating. I mean, to that point, just make it unquestionable where we think we landed, so there's
Makes sense.
no interpretation.
All right, I'd be happy to make a motion, Chair, if that's where we're at.
I think that's where we're at. Thank you.
So you said there's an exhibit, is that supposed to be an exhibit to our motion, or just to reference that?
It's an exhibit to the resolution as presented in the packet.
Okay.
So the resolution has a space for conditions, of which we filled out the one about referencing the plan being referred to Planning Commission, because obviously in the earlier version of this, that was coming right after. And the motion had some additional space for conditions, which obviously Planning Commission has discussed expanding upon. It'd be staff's recommendation that Exhibit A still be included in your resolution, just based on the fact that it sort of records all the things for the proposed combination of form types, although, but I don't believe, based on the discussion I heard, that there's anything that's contradictory. So there might, as Commissioner Yoshida stated, there might be things stated twice, but they aren't necessarily conflicting.
Okay, I would agree, and I see that the motion states that we approve that resolution, so that makes sense. All right, Chair, I move to approve resolution PC 25-48 for a major adjustment requested for 817 16th Street, a major adjustment related to the combination of forms based on a finding that the review criteria set forth the Golden Municipal Code have been satisfied based on the evidence presented to the Planning Commission at the hearing on this case, with additional conditions previously discussed, letters A through H.
A second.
We have a motion with a second. If we proceed to approve the major adjustment and with conditions as outlined, does anybody need a rereading of the conditions to check and make sure that it's got everything in that we believe should be there? Or have we absorbed enough of the conversation so that we're pretty confident of that?
No, I think it's been read several times.
It has. Okay, then, discussion before we vote? We have a roll call.
Colbert? Yes. Rudder?
Yes.
Yoshida?
Yay.
Hilliard?
Yes.
Webb?
Aye.
Fraser?
Aye.
Motion passes.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. I really, just as a point of personal, I think it's really important moving ahead for us and for Golden to be able to really figure out ways that we can work with existing properties and do infill and so on. And so finding good ways to do that and finding a process or things that we can decide on that are helpful to facilitate that process, I think is really important. So thank you to everybody for really taking the time to parse all this out and think about all the different pieces. It's not fun, it's not the best way necessarily to be at 9:30 on Wednesday night, but I think it's really important that we do that in order to be able to have things like this move more smoothly in the future. So, thank you very much.
No, I agree.
Okay. And we will look forward to doing forum site consideration at a future point scheduled. What does our schedule look like for the 18th and beyond that?
So we have one regular business item on the 18th. We're bringing forward the Golden Terrace PUD amendment, rezoning for your recommendation. So we could add that. We currently have a prepared study session for April 1st. No joke, but if, we could certainly handle some regular business in a study session on that night as well.
Okay.
So,
Point of order, I'm so sorry. Do we need to continue the site plan to a date certain?
so that was going to be a, not a continuance, it would be a postponement to a date certain.
Because the
Is there a
public
difference?
hearing was not open.
The difference is you continue an item when you've already opened it. We've yet to open the form
Okay.
zone site plan, so you postpone it to
Okay.
a date certain.
Okay, great. Do we need a motion for that?
Yes, you do.
I think the other, just if I may from staff's perspective, I think things that we would bring back for your consideration with that, certainly parking was a conversation tonight. What staff has seen from this proposal with those loft units, I think raises a question of interpretation. So we'll be bringing back a formal determination between studio and those loft units and whether they qualify as bedrooms or studio units for that consideration. And that would be a director determination as an update to that staff report for you.
And do you have a date you want to suggest for that?
At this time, I would say maybe we could discuss with the applicant briefly.
Sure. Take 2 minutes. Yeah.
That sounds better than cupcakes.
Applicant and staff would prefer the April 1st meeting.
Okay. And we need a motion for postponing the
Yes.
forum site.
So I think the motion would be motion to postpone PC 26-01 for the form zone site plan to a date certain of April 1st, 2026.
At 5:30 PM.
So moved.
Second.
We do need some commissioner to make that motion on staff.
To say the words.
Chair, I move to postpone PC 26-01 to April 1st, 2026 at 5:30 PM.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So we have an idea about what the next two meetings look like, and I think a motion to adjourn is in order. Before we have to vote whether we stay longer than 9:35.
Should I move that we,
Second.
Chair, maybe, actually, staff would like to have one update on historic preservation.
Yes.
As we have this
So
opportunity.
sorry. I've been in this room a lot, and including last week where we.
Thank you, folks.
Thank you. Where we had the first reading of our process and procedure update for chapter 1858, which is our historic preservation chapter. Council pulled it off of the first reading to have a discussion about whether or not Planning Commission should review that chapter prior to their consideration of it. Upon further discussion, council did not want to move that forward. However, they did request that staff bring you into the guideline discussion, which is slated for May, and then give you an update on the procedural updates for 1858, which really, it's not a lot of weight. It's really just a lot of language updates, and not so many policy updates, frankly. So we are planning on bringing you all into the guideline discussion as it relates to zoning in May. We are working on those guidelines right now, and you'll start to kind of see those out in the community. But I just wanted to bring that forward because it just happened, and we are going to second reading on March 10th for that ordinance, and there'll be a public hearing. But I wanted to, since you were all discussed in great detail in that meeting, I wanted to bring it forward to you all and discuss it tonight. So, sorry to make it longer, but I just.
Okay. We may want to talk about whether or not we want to think about using the format we did with sustainability in terms of having a subcommittee or something like that, rather than the whole commission. But I assume we could, with staff, have some conversation about that and come back.
Yeah, I think we'll want to discuss that because we don't know the extent of what are the collaboration pieces. And we are hoping, so if it's specific to the zoning piece, that might be a good, the form this is gonna take is not yet determined yet, which is why I'm being a little vague about answering it, but, we do believe that there will be some parallels between design guidelines for historic preservation and what's in the zoning code. And so it makes sense to look at those two things at the same time. In the month of May is what we are anticipating, based on the current schedule with the consultant. And of course, we also have to bring it to historic board as well. So that's the current schedule, but I just wanted to let you know that was discussed at City Council last week.
Okay, we can presumably discuss it. Seth and I can presumably discuss it with staff and maybe come up with some idea about how that might work. Suggestion about how that might work.
Yeah, that'd be great. And I'd like to bring in historic board to that conversation as well, because it's kind of their piece.
Sure.
So I just want to make sure that they're on board with whatever collaboration looks like with you all. So
Good.
bring them out on it.
Okay, thank you. All those in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye.
First and second.
We did already.
Okay, I'll count it.
Thank you very much, everybody.